spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The family of Spice Drive show presenter Edward Kwach has announced 2 days of public viewing. The family said that friends and colleagues will be allowed to view his body today and tomorrow from 12:30 to 2 p.m. The viewing will take place at the Lee Funeral Home here in Nairobi. Quatch succumbed to meningitis on Monday while receiving treatment at the Coptic Hospital in Nairobi. Here is one of the shows he did while he was engaging listeners during his birthday last month.
And for you who's taken the effort to either call or message me on this day, and especially you, Tyrone, man. Tyrone tells me, by the way, that good morning, happy birthday. You're getting closer to 60, the 6th floor. Yeah, well, that was a cuss word. That was the reply to that one. Ty, I see you, brother.
The government has come out to condemn the BBC's Blood Parliament report, saying it was biased and aimed at tarnishing the image of the security service. Government spokesman Isaac Mwaura, speaking to journalists in Nairobi, condemned the report, saying the BBC did not seek the government's opinion and did not interview President William Ruto to establish the truth of the allegations of the security department being negligent.
And as it was really put very clearly, the BBC documentary that was aired, is really, one-sided because they didn't have a view of the government. Obviously and sincerely, we really send our most sincere condolences to the families of those affected.
Mwaura also said that IPOA has confirmed 60 deaths and 233 injuries during last year's protests, with investigations ongoing despite problems with cooperation from police and witnesses. This comes as Amnesty International Director Houghton Irungu fully supports the report, saying it has exposed serious human rights abuses.
We are deeply concerned that we have not seen prosecutions or convictions of parties, individual state agents that have been that are suspected to have killed, to have forcibly abducted and intimidated and hurt Kenyans over this period. The lack of accountability at this time is very worrying, because what it does is it sends a signal to other state agencies and state officers that they can break the law, commit serious crimes and have no fear of the law being applied to them.
A debate is also set for discussions in Parliament regarding the report, with conflicting sentiments being expressed by MPs regarding this revelation.
People who are depressed and going there, Mr. Speaker, remember today when I was speaking in Parliament, I broke down and cried, not because of me, but because of what we had. And we think we are moving on, but there are many young people who have not necessarily moved on.
Or what is it that the BBC is doing? Could it be an attempt to untwist this country so that they can rescind on the rider that we put on their training of the Batuk units in Kenya?
It happens world over. People are killed, our people are killed. We sympathize, we moved on. Even world over. Remember, there was the same issue or similar in Capitol Hill. BBC World Service never took the opportunity to say something.
And finally, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja has transferred all the commanders of Angata Barikoi police station in Narok following the police killing of 5 protesters visiting the area that was rocked by violence most of yesterday. Kanja vowed to take strict action against police officers accused of using excessive force during the clashes.
Ila kitu kingine mimi nataka kuwauliza wananchi na kwa heshima kuu nataka kuwauliza mweke amani, maana amani ni jambo ya maana sana. Amani ni nguzo ya muhimu na mimi nawaheshimu sana, maana hata jana bado mliendelea kuweka amani, si ni kweli? Hii mabarabara tufungue, biashara zetu ziweze kuendelea, tuko pamoja. na mimi kama Inspector General wa polisi nitafanya juu chini kuona ya kwamba polisi yetu inafanya kazi ambao inatakana ifanye kwa mujibu wa sheria, Ile mtu ambao atafanya kazi kinyume na sheria atabeba msalaba yake peke yake. Hiyo tuko pamoja. Kwa hivyo mimi
For over an hour, security officers remained in the helicopter after landing at the area as residents surrounded the landing site, demanding the presence of Emurua Dikir MP Johanna Ngeno before any peace talks could begin. That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Good morning. What's happening on the roads this morning, getting into the middle of the week? Is it Wednesday? It is actually Wednesday. And traffic really hasn't started on most parts of the streets this morning. We're looking at a little bit of that coming in from the Thika Superhighway, but it's all contained right at the Pangani underpass. Before that, we're not seeing anything in Northern Bypass. Moving along very smoothly. Waiaki Way is looking good. And there's really no traffic coming off of Ngong Road, at least not for now. We're going to take a look at how this all pans out as we get through Wednesday. A little bit is starting to form on Magadi Road. And let's look at Jago Road heading towards Landis. There's busyness there right around Kamkunji, and likely to get busier as we get into Wednesday. We're going to keep an eye on all of this, hoping to keep things moving. Help us out here, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 10 minutes after 6 o'clock on this Wednesday, the 30th of April, the last day of the month. We are officially done with quarter one of 2025. And if you thought that, we're going to be able to say, don't go so fast. Sorry, it's over. At least 120 days of a 365-day year is over. Very good morning to you. CT, good morning. Oh, say it again.
Good morning, dude.
Voila. Very, very good. You're well?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. It's also good to see you.
Sandi sana.
Dennis, how are you this morning?
Salama sana,
Are you well, Dennis?
Nashukuru sana. I love your jacket, City.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, your neck piece always looking nice.
Oh, thank you very much, man.
Good morning.
Well, you know, while we're at it,
Uh-huh.
have you seen that sweater jersey this guy's wearing?
I've seen it, and I know. I love the high collar. It's just
no, that thing is classy.
It is.
That thing is absolutely classy. And look at the buttons.
It's Mzee Aseto. Mzee Aseto gave it to me when I was joining campus.
Yes. Your father's a man of good taste, yeah? Very good.
Yes.
Like father, like son. Huh?
Like father, like son.
Yes.
Asante sana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the last day of April, and we're getting into the month of May, into the second quarter of the year, and many things are happening. And even as we do, Ednah, where are Okoh? Ednah Mepu Sema, she's around and she's okay. Everything is all right. And we're getting into the morning today. We will have a number of conversations lined up. Let me tell you what those will be. It is going to be an interesting one as we go into 7 o'clock, where we talk about protecting private mediation practice in Kenya. It's going to be a Justice Wednesday conversation with James Magengere, who is the president of the Mediation Training Institute of East Africa. And so he joins us at 7. Why? Say it for me, Ednah. I've butchered the name. Say it. Mangerere. Thank you. Mangengere will join us at 7 o'clock. Thank you. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll talk with Ndungu Wangenye. Hey, that one I got right.
Yeah.
And he is the National Secretary of the Kenya Teachers in Hardship and Arid Areas Welfare Association, KEDHAWA. It is quite a mouthful, but we're going to be talking about from CBC to CBE, Kenya's trial and error education system. We just keep every now and then we throw things in there, try to see if it's going to work, throw in the portion and see if it'll get us somewhere. So that's the conversation that we'll be having at 8 o'clock. So many things bubbling at the same time. Let's see which pot we shall open up. And then finally, at 9 a.m., it's going to be a special one. We will have a special tribute to our friend, our brother, our colleague, Edward Kwach, who passed away the evening before last. And we're going to have an hour where we will take call-ins. We will have a number of things done and said around who he was to all of us, what he did, and the trailblazing effect that he did have on the industry in in this country. And so we will have that from 9 to 10 for our brother Edward Kwach. So that is what the Situation Room will look like this morning, and we'll get into that. And we can see that you all are trickling into the room already. So Karibu Sana, thank you always for joining us, and please keep coming in. Let us know where you're tuned in from and stuff that we can take away for this day. Now, before we say hello to you, CT, we are still in the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. See,
you are an excellent student. Thank you very much. Yes, we dealt with the capital and we were told it is Algiers, and I said, correct. It's an ancient name. It was part of the regency of the region we now refer to as Algeria in 1516. Those are very, very many centuries ago. The official languages are Arabic and Berber. B-E-R-B-E-R. Berber. Yes.
That would mean something else in City's land.
In City's language, it means good.
Good.
Oh, Berber.
Yes.
Bien.
Yes. And the language they speak there, nationally, is Algerian Arabic. Remember, there were waves of movements of people from the Arabic Peninsula into that particular region. And they came with the Islamic religion, and they also came with the Arabic language. So, and yes.
Doesn't it make up a part of what was known as Carthage? It does, isn't it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay.
Good person. Good. There are those who argue that part of it also extended towards Tunisia.
Yeah.
But it was that region.
Yeah.
Yes. And Carthage was a mighty nation.
It was.
You know, most people don't really know that there were some almost 3 centuries, not days, over 3 centuries of black influence of that, the regions of Spain, the regions of Italy, and the regions of, I'll remember the name, France. Yes. And there's architecture to support it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of largely who became the Moors.
Yes, exactly. When you look at the Spanish area, the Andalusia, that particular region still has remnants of that influence for the longest time. Yes. Because if you're talking about modern maths, you do know that long before the Chinese figured it out, the Egyptians had figured it out.
Yes, they had.
Yes. So, it's a good thing we'll be talking to someone in the education sector so that we can discuss a little maths.
Yep.
Yes.
Or the lack of maths therein. Right. The proverb. Okay? The proverb. Good. A friend is someone who shares your happiness and your sorrows. Not sorrow, as in singular. Sorrows, many unhappinesses.
Yeah.
Okay? And if the happinesses persist, well, that is easy to share. When the sorrows persist, people take off.
That's true. So a true friend is not fair weather.
No, they are around. Even when it's as thick as,
Whether it Catholics or Deccanese, they're
exactly
still there.
True. Yo.
Where do you people get these phrases from?
Say, Nani.
Then who said it?
Yes.
Yes, Nani Amlisama.
Even if you're kidding.
Will be here. Raila Odinga
Or you deck.
Yes. Your friend will always be there.
That's the general idea.
Yeah.
Yes, the kittening and the neckening. Yes.
Yep. All right, so we're going to start saying hello to you. Remember, you guys, as you're getting into the room this morning, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And you can talk to us and tell us where you're tuned in from, and we'll say a very big hello to you even as you do that. And we can already see that Leo is in the house this morning and saying, good morning, Princess. Well, very good morning to you. And where you're tuned in from this morning, Asante Sana. As we get into the show today, looking at more greetings from all of you this morning. Jimmy Gakio says good morning, also tuned in as well. Karanjan Jaya says good morning, folks. Jane Duta Kambere says good morning, Spice. It was a sad day yesterday. Rest in peace, Quatch. The Spice drive was everything. Indeed, it was, and he really was. everything. Definitely sad to see him go, and that we should be having these conversations this morning at a time like this. Still a sad thing. And unfortunately, life then does have to continue. Good morning, Spice. Acheng J says, Subaks Wangasan, good people from Somaliland, Hargeisa, locked in for today's show. Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in and says good morning. Robert Mbogo is tuned in from Mombasa. Ndio Sisi says, good morning to you. Joe Mungai says, from Bonny Lake, Washington, sending my thoughts and prayers to the SMG fraternity and to the family and friends of Edward Kwach. Kila Nafsi Itaonja Mauti. Bernardito says, good morning. Princess Ndu, Dennis and CT. Angena Uchio Maber. Okay, sawa. Don Salbo says the BBC documentary was another Echoes. Malala was the one missing. Very nice journalism. Missing in Malawi, Kusowa. Okay, Jose Mahinda says good morning, Team Spice. Cyprian Kambuni rather says good morning, everyone. Rahimtula Omar is tuning from Colchester. Pauleni Sana for the loss of Quatch. Rose Grace is tuned in from Tamu. Good morning to you, sister. And Gora says, Chamge, my beautiful people, greeting you from the beautiful city of Nairobi. Good to have you here this morning. Habari za asubuhi. John Mwangi says, Robinson Kisero is tuned in and says, good morning, folks. I've never understood the logic behind the transfer of rogue police. Lives were lost in Narok and someone must be responsible. It's just transferring disaster. It's like saying bad egg here, rather than get rid of the bad egg. What we are doing is we're taking the bad egg and we're putting it in another basket to now infect everybody else. Nini. This Masombuya says, may God comfort you, the Standard family, as you go through, as he does to family and friends of Quatch Makiwa. Nyaje Ndupo Sana, Eric War, Salimia the ancient crocodile, the one that keeps calling himself ancient crocodile. Ni wewe. And huyo kijana ya Kanyamkago North. The things you say, people.
Yeah, it's Kanyamkago North.
This is?
At least it's there in my ID, so yeah. At least I know.
Ati, what did you do?
Location is Kanyamkago. Was there?
What's up? Hizo vitu. Ndio hiyo. Good morning, Spice, says Mashari and Jerry. Cry, my beloved country. King Dave says, good morning, greatest ones. Indeed, he is a mighty man of war. Indeed, he is the Lion of Judah. We only bow down and worship him. Let's allow Yahweh in our lives to do what he can do. It's true. There's a song like that, and me thinks that you were listening to that this morning, Dave. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Team Spice. Yes, Leo, we see you. Good morning. Abdul Galgalo says, good morning, folks. How have you been since we were last together? We are fine. Thank you so much. Blessed day. We're getting you loud and clear from 011, Texas's finest. Jimmy Gakeo, good morning to you. Diplomat says, good morning, good people. Charles Ndieka is tuning this morning and says, the Constitution of Kenya is supreme after the Bible. Okay. Let God's presence prevail in our motherland. Something is needed, my friends. Something is needed because the way we are going, a partner. No. Hello, Spice family. Mwananchi don't care about the MPs. Think of the BBC expose. It resonates with us. Okay. Jockey Diba says, Spice, sorry for your loss. May the good Lord comfort Quatch's family during this difficult time. Amen. Good morning, SpiceFM guys. Mkoje. Salama. Good morning, Spice team. With the Blood Parliament documentary, Kenyan leadership should be leased to Traore for 4 years. As in, let the guy panel beat you kidogo. That's what he's saying. Proper. Gilbert says, good morning, Team Spice. Berber in Kalenjin means idiot. Well, go figure. Simba Omar says, Jumbo, what else? Kutoka Heidelberg. Where is Heidelberg?
I don't know.
Tell us where Heidelberg is.
But somewhere where there was the sound of music.
Cindy, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. Yeah. The hills are alive with the sound of music, with songs they have sung for 1,000 years.
The hills fill my heart.
The hills fill my heart.
Keep reading.
With the sound of... Calvis Omondi says, good morning. I wish the family of Quatch the Lord's comfort during this hard time. Josegi says, good morning from Mary County. My sincere condolences to Quatch and the Standard Group families. Elvis Kirando says, good morning, Wadao. Tuned in from Washington State. Today is Berber. Oh, sawa. Steve Menya says, top of the morning, Spice, my favorite peeps. To bloom. it all the way. Rest in power, Edward Kwach. Amen. David Mangera says, good morning, Team Spice. Poleni sana for the loss of a legend. Indeed. John Jenga, the show is the real deal. Makes my every morning from Mogadishu, Somalia. Always great to have you. Leathertown, did you know, is Northampton in the UK. And that's where Mestroy Vids is from. Cyprian Oteno says, good morning, guys. Enjoy your day. Amen. M. Bali is tuned in and says, this week was atomic. The energy was unbelievable and shook everything from Monday. And we keep shaking. Cyrus Singh says, good morning, Spice Team. Your show is wonderful. Asante Sana. Some of us choose to skip one meal a day for bundles to watch and listen to your show. Wow.
Heidelberg is in Germany.
Heidelberg is in Germany. Okay. Cyrus, this is great to hear, actually, and we just hope that we can continue to deliver what it is that would essentially make you make that sacrifice. And thank you for always being here in the room. Jakawere says, good morning, tuned in from the newly minted land of Mark Carney here in Canada. Justin Kimani is tuned in and says, tuned in from Vasa in Finland. Good morning, Team Spice, tuned in from Pangani. I love the show. Thank you so much. Hyde Park is in Boston, Lucy Ndungu. Yes, but we're saying Heidelberg is in Germany.
But there's another one, which is in Watang.
Watang?
South Africa.
In South Africa?
Yes.
Another Heidelberg, right?
Yes.
So tell us which Heidelberg you're tuned in from this morning.
Yes.
And
there's a Heidelberg Football Club in Australia, just so that you know.
Okay, so it could be anywhere.
Could be anywhere.
So let us know exactly where it is that you are this morning. As Spice family, we would like to support Quatch's family. Do we have a pay bill? Husband Sidon. Ednah will let us know that information as we go through and enter into our tribute session for my dear Edward at 9 a.m. All right, so we'll get that information out to everybody in a short while. All right, so thank you guys for always joining us every morning. Good to have you here today. So, and as you continue to join, just know that we don't take it for granted that you join us in the show every morning.
Did you know?
Did you know? No,
that
me.
CT would be the president of Leathertown because of his jacket.
This jacket is really doing something.
It's really doing something.
Is doing a bigger something for him. This jacket. City.
I keep telling this man has good taste.
At least today the jacket is not doing those things you keep saying.
So maybe you guys can talk to each other behind the tent later.
Yeah.
About the jacket. Cindy. Okay, so let's look into the headlines, shall we? For those that we have, CC, you look for the digital one.
I will.
And if you find a digital one, Dennis?
I will.
Okay, so on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, unmoved by bloodshed. Even as the nation reels from a damning expose revealing extrajudicial killings during last year's Gen Z protests, fresh reports have emerged of police firing live bullets at residents protesting an alleged land grab in Narok. Rights groups now question whether President William Ruto and his security chiefs grasp their constitutional duty, chief among them the protection of life. One must ask, the general there on the front page, the police service boss there, the CS for internal security there, and the president himself, and ammunition, also a picture of it. And one has to ask the question, what is going on? On the very day that this expose came out is the very day that Kenyans were killed. Innocent Kenyans who were trying to stand in place of their land being grabbed. And by who? Then begs the question. We'll look into details of that story. But the president's name is now dragged into the bloody 6,300-acre land controversy. That is another headline that we see in the Standard. Radio great Edward Kwach signs off for good. And that's another story that makes it, which we'll look into at 9. Ruto, top security chiefs blamed for rising extrajudicial killings. And there we see pictures of Chief of Defense Forces General Charles Kahiriri, President William Ruto, Police Inspector General Douglas Kanja, and Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. As you might imagine, IPOA is now being thrown under the bus. And they're saying justice is on hold because IPOA has been slammed for laxity in Gen Z protest probes. That why has it taken IPOA so long? What exactly it is that they're doing? This is actually your job. This is your job. You're supposed to be oversighting police.
You wait and see. You'll be told resources.
The resources, yes.
Investigations on the police.
Oh, yes.
My head is already aching, and it's just 6:29.
But to handle the matter, we've decided to transfer the officers to other stations.
As though it makes sense. Please make it make sense to me.
It doesn't. It will never make sense. It will never make sense.
Well, there's a council, and it's now cracking down on foreign doctors working in Kenya illegally. There are foreign doctors working in Kenya illegally. Well, I guess there must be if there's a crackdown. That is another headline that would be interesting to listen to. Defense PS skips court in Defense PS skips court in a... It's true. In 134 million shilling compensation case for ex-soldiers. So, guys can just, the rule of law is a suggestion. No, it's not like life and death. So, all right, CT.
Yes, let's look at the Business Daily, shall we? What is the Business Daily saying? The Business Daily is saying it is business on a daily basis. All right. Kenya military spending hits 166 billion on U.S. Turkey orders rise. Okay? We're buying things from Turkey and there.
They're rising.
Or in the USR. Okay? Kenya rules out return to global debt markets in 2025 on rising yields. I don't understand this.
I don't.
Okay. How state decides who gets affordable housing loans. That should be an interesting story. Right. KCB to handle payments for regional electricity trades. Okay, then bang in the middle of the paper, U.S. flags Kenya as booming market for counterfeit goods. So meaning what? They have seen an opening and they want to give us counterfeit goods, or what are they saying?
That if there are counterfeit goods being sold, it's happening in Kenya.
Why do I get the impression that it's China that's being targeted by this statement?
So I don't think it has anything to do with Kenya, actually.
No. And how do goods become counterfeit?
It's usually a process issue.
Yeah.
Yes, and so you're saying that the label may indicate one thing, but it isn't quite that.
Yes, or that if it says that it expires in June and we actually see that perhaps there is an earlier expire date, if it would be counterfeit.
Or it could also mean that it just didn't pass through the process at the port for clearance, getting the KBS stamp and all that. So any product that is in the market without the relevant stickers from KEBS is counterfeit.
For all intents and purposes, the good itself might be in tip-top shape. Nothing wrong with it. But the process through which it landed here, or, the time period for which it's going to be deemed appropriate, has an issue.
Right. Okay. That is it.
Okay. That's it. Okay.
Yes, unless you want me to expound on this spending, because the thing that I find of interest, Kenya military spending rose to 166.08 billion in 2024. Newly released global data shows marking the sharpest increase rate in 8 years as the country sought to modernize its defense system. How often do we modernize this defense system?
Well, since the last time.
And how much money do we give for security and defense every year? Okay. It is a 12.7% increase.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so let's look at the People Daily. And shaky peace descends on Narok after confrontation. That is the peace process that started yesterday with security officers and bosses going to Narok. Then state to vet reservists in attempt to weed out criminals. That's according to Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. And 5 quarry workers killed as terrorists hit Mandera again. And the Cabinet has approved Finance Bill 2025 and 2025-2026 budget. So we're yet to see how that will go. And Aaron Cheruiyot calls for arrest of officers involved in Narok killings. Real quick, we look at Taifa Leo. And Wakenya wasimulia seneti kwa majuto kuhadaiwa na serikali yao kuhusu ajira za ng'ambo. Yeah, I remember that Kazi Maju.
Yes.
Yeah, Senate is looking into that. Then we have Matiang'i aungana na Kalonzo, Gachagua, Karua kumpangia Ruto 2027.
Ni sawa.
So wameingia kwa room, wanapanga mikakati hapa kule. Wanapangia nani?
Mkate.
Mikakati.
Kutojua ni kutojua.
Kutojua ndio kujua.
Basi endelea.
Exactly. Kisura ashindwa kufanya kazi baada ya kurusha roho na bosi. Okay. Someone fell in love with their boss, and because it came out they could not work. Decided to resign.
No.
Yes.
This
because
love.
it was a public thing.
Oh no. Unaona sasa?
Right.
Sawa, right.
It's the Star. Broad-based benefits. Slay Queen lands Plum State job. This is no, this is just corridors of power.
Okay.
Palava.
You quite enjoyed that, didn't you?
I mostly did.
Hey.
Why an African might become pope?
Yes.
Today you're on a roll.
You just voted for an African pope, but it's okay.
That one, it's all right. Yeah, African pope and all that. Yes. Ruto chops billions of 2025 budget.
Okay.
Chops.
Yeah. There's the government actually came out and said, mambo ya hii pesa.
Atuna.
Yes, appropriation bill and what have you and so forth. The thing is this, ever since last year, anytime you come up with a budget, we are going to ask the question, right, even as you talk about expenditure, because this is one of the problems with the previous budget, are you talking about revenue as well?
As well,
because
yes.
the appropriation bill has to have both. Okay? It's that simple. Yeah, but these fellows seem to think that we are monumentally daft and we can't read. We can actually read. And what we read, we can actually understand.
Plus, we can do the math.
The math that you are trying to get rid of, we can actually...
You just walked into it, right?
Right. Tuendelee, nimemalizana na the Star. Oh, no. Have I? No, wait. I did I really? No. Bang in the middle of the paper.
Yes.
Fresh unity tests as Matiang'i joins anti-Ruto big guns. The high-level strategy meeting brought together opposition leaders, including former DP and ex-VP Kalonzo Musyoka. There are many X's in this thing here, but this is very good.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the days are going to unfold. Let's take a short break right now, actually. Take a look at traffic, and we'll come back and look at these stories in more detail as we do at 24 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list, kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions we'll see in Nairobi, but the cloud cover is real this morning. It's 14 and sunny into Nakuru, 16 and sunny in Nyeri, 15 and we'll see sunny conditions into Eldoret, while at 25 we'll be sunny into Mombasa. It's 26 and sunny in Malindi, 19 and mostly cloudy in Kisumu, with partly cloudy conditions at 18 in Kakamega. It's partly cloudy at 18 into Kampala, while mostly cloudy in Dar es Salaam at 24. 11 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, while in Mogadishu, sunny at 28 and sunny at 16 in Addis Ababa. Mostly clear at 24 into Lagos, with clear skies at 24 in Kinshasa. It is also 24 but cloudy in Beijing, getting towards afternoon, while Paris is cloudy this morning at 12. It's cloudy at 10 in London, and Tuesday night, mostly cloudy in New York at 21.
online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFM KE. Traffic.
All right, so we're not seeing too much in terms of traffic build up right about now. Just a little bit of that is now starting to build on Survey. It is busy on Kangunde Road, inbound traffic also. Also coming in on the Eastern Bypass, getting through towards North Airport Road, that is busy. Jogger Road through towards Makadara. And then out towards Landis and then onto Haile Selassie is busy this morning. The Southern Bypass does look good in terms of how you can get out of the city and then back into the city. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 20 minutes to 7 o'clock, I'm itching to tell you this story. Now, Ruto, top security chiefs blamed for rising extrajudicial killings. Individuals tasked with overseeing the country's national security have come under fire in the court of public opinion for allegedly abdicating their constitutional responsibilities. President William Ruto, Internal Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, Chief of Defence Forces General Charles Kahiriri, and Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja have been accused of failing in their duty to protect lives. The criticism follows the airing of the BBC Blood Parliament documentary and the recent killings in Angara Barikoi, Narok County on Monday. Constitutional lawyers and human rights groups have blamed the four top government officials for failing to protect lives and property, accusing them of violating their oath of office and leaving citizens vulnerable to brutal killings by men in uniform. Now, even as that is happening, I mean, it goes on and we talk about, where that will all come from. But at the same time, the president's name has now been linked to the bloody 6,300 acre land controversy. See how I'm making that connection? This is another story that's being carried. And
connection again?
Now, the president and his top security people are being blamed for not protecting life. On Monday night, this killing of 5 people and injuries of others that took place by police in Barikoi is also now being linked to the president. And I'll tell you how. His name has been dragged into this. President William Ruto's name has been dragged into a bitter land dispute in Transmara South, Narok County, that left 6 people dead and scores injured. Ruto's name cropped up during a public baraza at the Angata Barikoi Primary School yesterday, where senior security officials led by the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja had gone to quell the violence that broke out on Monday. I have a question. When things have previously happened like this, when bodies were found in quarry, when people were shot at the Gen Z protests, did we see a converging of security agencies to come quickly and sit and say, guys, what happened? Can we see how we can? Have you ever?
No.
I thought it was just me.
No, it's never. It's actually never happened. Usually, it is the commissioner, the county commissioner. You'll find a local MP. Yeah. The chiefs usually are there, of course. And then you'll find maybe somebody comes, or some prominent individual comes from there.
Human rights groups.
I mean, maybe a member of the civil society, maybe a representative from the DCI. Those you'll find those people.
But what did we see yesterday? The Inspector General, Douglas Kanja, was there. The DCI boss,
it was like an impromptu security council meeting.
I'm telling you, the defense chair for Parliament, Nelson Quatch, was there. Senator Arian Cheriot was there. A host of members of Parliament were there. And they were seated. They were not just standing around.
That's heavy duty.
Proper. They were seated as though it were planned. And there were people all around who were listening to what they had to say. They called out the Inspector General of Police and said, "Tusikuone hapa tena mukiua watu. Rein in your officials, and we must see somebody must be jailed for life." The words of Aaron Chariot, that we must see somebody must be jailed because of this thing. How did you just come and kill our people? What did they do? Now, when we hear that his name, the president, has been roped into this, Angry residents demanded that the president comes clean on his involvement in the controversy surrounding the ownership of the 6,300 acres of land at the center of the dispute. They also sought to understand the role of Justice Mohammed Kulo on the Environment and Lands Court and the former Narok governor Samuel Tunai. The Standard could not immediately verify the claims made by the residents. Tension escalated at the meeting as Kanja, Deputy IG Eliud Langat, DCI Director Amin Mohammed, and Rift Valley Regional Police Commander Jasper Ombati listened as the residents aired their sentiments, demanding clarity on the matter. They wanted to know, why are we hearing that perhaps the president owns something around here and that is resulting in the deaths of people?
Yeah.
Who was saying that?
The residents.
The residents.
But you know, I am cautious about such matters.
That's why we said we couldn't verify, but they
Yes.
said that they've heard his name and they want to understand what's going on.
But that is easy. That is easy. And you know, there are very many citizens of this country who are disgruntled and are pained, and these are real pains, and the disgruntlement is based on facts, and they blame the president. Now that trajectory has led to a point where the president is blamed for everything. Anything goes wrong, there are people who are willing to look at, so long as it goes wrong, the president must be involved.
Indeed. In this case, what makes this a little bit more sticky is that there was a court order that stopped the security forces essentially from moving families from this land.
Yes.
And that court order was defied.
It was defied?
Yes, it was. And that was what resulted in the deaths of these 6 people and the injuring of scores of others. A court order was defied, but still the police and other officers were in place.
So we are seeing something that we've spoken about here, where we have said on several occasions that this matter that we keep seeing of people ignoring court orders will have some very serious ramifications.
And the ramifications are as far-reaching as death.
We now see not just death. This one will go beyond the deaths.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Because it puts a spotlight that will now bring in very many other discussions. Now, against the backdrop of the BBC documentary, my friend, this.
Now you see the connection?
Yeah.
This.
It look. I was going to say it doesn't look good, but let me make it graver. It looks terrible.
Because you see, when you read that story on the defied court orders, this is actually a case that has been there since the 1940s. And even the colonial authorities at some point dealt with it in the 1950s. And there was a court order that was issued by Justice Cyprian Waso of the Kilgoris Environment and Land Court. The government proceeded to demarcate the land against that court order.
So
yes,
and I just want you guys cast your imagination on, because this is not the first thing that we've seen like this happen, but why in this one, linked to these things that we have said, a day after this now famous documentary was aired in terms of the lives of people not being cared for, then we see all the head honchos from Kahiriri to Kahariri, to Kanja, to Muhammad Amin, all of them out in Transmara on a morning to have this meeting with people. Why?
This isn't one of those situations where you will say,
I was in the area.
No, then that you cannot say even if you want to. It is, they have at last understood that this is something serious.
Yes.
Really?
Really? Only now have understood this?
No.
Why has the police not acted in dealing with members of their own force when they have disobeyed a court order?
And why is it not easy?
Yes.
Why is it not easy?
Why is it easy for the police to
disregard
court order?
Do you remember what happened in Nakuru?
Yes.
You remember? There's, I think, a chief inspector disregarded court orders in plain sight, meaning didn't give a hoot about it.
It's the same case even in Nakuru, the War Memorial Hospital.
The one I'm referring to.
Disregarded in plain daylight.
Patients who were
recuperating ejected with their IVs in hand, and you're being told talk up.
And that happened, and it has just gone. No.
Who gave the order for the police to be on site on Monday for this then violence that broke out and these people were killed?
That is the person we want to know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they don't order themselves.
Nope.
Yeah.
The
That
police will
number,
not just leave.
so they were told, go there.
Yeah.
Who told them?
Yes.
And that person will tell us, someone told them, okay, who told you?
Told you.
Who told you?
And who gave the shoot to kill order?
Yeah. And who decided to give an order to demarcate the land that the court said, please don't demarcate because this is a matter in court?
People had title deeds for that land.
Yes.
Okay? Just so that you understand. These were not squatters. And you know, when these things were issued? During Daniel Arap Moi's time. So now, what are we saying? We are going to disregard certain processes over time because it suits your purposes. The moment you start disregarding the law, do you know the Pandora's box you're opening up?
We never think that far, no?
Nope.
We never think that far because you sit and look at the disrespect of court orders during former President Uhuru Kenyatta's time, and that has continued to snowball even into this government, and we continue to see more of that.
Yes,
now
it's actually worsening.
Worsening, and now think of it that we're seeing this from that government level. Now, what happens when Kenyans themselves decide to disrespect court orders? Because now we are in the millions.
Remember, my friend, whenever the disregard for the law is perpetrated at a very high level of government, what you've done is you've given permission. The citizen says, it's okay then. And then
you remember I gave you a story here of when I went to report a matter at the police because of the noise pollution in my area. And there's this individual who's actually been taken to court. He has been given summons to appear in court. But when he was being called by the officer, you know what he told the officer? Mimi skuji, utaniambia. That's exactly what is happening right now. So there's an individual who's been summoned to appear in court, but decided to say, Missy Endi.
Just like that, and it's easy.
So extrapolate that to millions of Kenyans who keep on saying that. What's the purpose of the justice system in ensuring that the law is respected and upheld?
You know, the justice system can only do what they can do.
Yes.
They don't have powers to arrest.
Yeah.
So if their order is disregarded and they have powers to issue, they have powers given to them by the Constitution to be able to adjudicate and to issue warrants that they think are appropriate.
Yes.
The action of those warrants is by the police. Now, yes, if it is the same police who are disregarding court orders.
You remember the individual who actually disregarded 7 court orders?
Yes, I recall.
The deputy IG.
I remember him very well.
Yeah.
Then went in towards the end.
Yeah.
I wonder why these people just don't get arrested. Well, the problem is it's the police who have to arrest them.
You have to arrest your person.
You know, it's like you are the implementer of CDF and want to oversight yourself. Just say.
Yeah. Give us another story.
City.
Right. We are in a catch-22 situation.
Why is that?
Well, the reason why we're in a catch-22 situation, one has to ask this particular question. The 14 billion shilling capitation that was meant for schools, was it ever sent? There's a 14 billion that was sent. The story was in February.
Yeah.
And we were assured.
Balance?
Yes. She has embodied even assured schools heads. Was that money ever sent?
Last I checked, no. I think the conversation ended at we are working to send it before the schools close for the
schools are opening. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah. It was never sent. So if you're talking about the previous capitation, no. We're working on the capitation meant for term 2.
And it constitutes 50% of what was required.
Yes.
So if that wasn't paid and now in the second term, so that balance of capitation that has not been paid, we are adding on to it, aren't we?
Of course.
Yes, we are.
As is the practice. Can you imagine?
Now, once we add on to it, that it will never be paid.
No, well, I mean, we'll just keep going and going, and then by the time you know it, it's October, and then the schools have closed, and then we're going to go end of the year. That's why that between 2024 and also between 2019 and 2024, there's a 64 billion shilling bill that has not been sent towards capitation owed by the Treasury. It hasn't come out, so you're likely to see that number rise if we at the end of term 1, and capitation for term 1 is not being completed. We're getting into term 2, and then we're supposed to send another 50% of what is due. I mean, can you see?
Because then again, remember, there's a time Asiya Mbadi said capitation, monies that have not been sent to the government would not send. We're only working with what is there and what has been budgeted for. So even in these capitation, in this term, the government will just send capitation meant for this term.
If they finish.
What the CS
If they
said.
finish.
Yes.
If they finish. Yeah. So, CT, we're asking this in relation to what?
That actually is the question. I'm asking this in relation to what it is that ought to be done in terms of the responsibilities that the government has. And I'm using this I'm talking about this with the background of what it is that we're discussing earlier. This issue of land has always been a thorny issue in the country. Very thorny. And the manner in which we seem to handle land issues, now we've had that presence, huge delegation of important people.
Yep.
And then announcements, this money will be sent, this money will do this will happen, this will do this. It doesn't happen. When we next ask, we realize that what was unpaid has actually increased.
Yes. Keeps on increasing.
Yes. And that money is never going to be paid, just so that you understand. It isn't as though at the end of the year when you're reconciling and say, we did owe the schools this money, can we give it to them? It will not be given to them. Because, yes, if one budget year passes by, where are they going to get the money to give? Because this is a new budget, this is a new year. So that money is still owed. So to answer your question, it's with reference to monies that are owed to schools, and it's with reference to what it is that are owed to people when we talk about pending bills.
So I just wanted to let
the
you know...
citizenry are owed justice. But now, please go ahead.
So in relation to what you were asking in terms of whether that 14 billion that was supposed to go, so when Treasury stands up and says yes we are releasing, that is yes we are releasing. Between the yes we are releasing and the actual releasing of that money is a different process. So 2 weeks after the government said yes they were releasing the money, school principals said they had not received the money. The total annual capitation per learner is 22,444, with 50% at 11,122 is supposed to be released in the first term. As of now, what has been released is 7,000 plus shillings. So even that 50% not complete. Okay, so I don't know that teachers will say they didn't receive capitation if they had.
You see, the debt burden that the government has towards its citizenry is growing.
Yes.
And what has been added to the list, you asked why I asked, is that of security. It is the government's duty to secure the citizens' safety.
True.
And unfortunately, the incidents that we saw does the complete opposite. In terms of optics, in terms of reality. This is something that should be given the utmost seriousness of attention, because it is a direction that we should not be heading towards. It is not.
When you talk about matters to do with capitation, one begs the question. We go prepare budgets and we put everything on what needs to go where. So education received around 630-something billion shillings that was budgeted for the sector. But when it comes to implementation of that budget becomes a problem, which begs the question. The budgets that we keep reading every June as the financial year for the country, is it just so we have a budget, or do we have intention on implementing that budget to the core? Because if we say we've set aside 634 billion shillings, yet we can't even give capitation for children, then why have that budget to stand with? Is it just another document to read in the East African region, because apparently the agreement in the region, we need to read this budget at the same time?
It just frustrates me. I don't know. I can't really... I don't understand. that because you go through a process where you budget and then you have appropriations, this is a whole process that happens. Appropriations essentially means that you're basically saying this is where we're going to get the money from to fill these lines that we've created in the budget. So you already know from the beginning that this is where it's supposed to go. So my question is perennially, what happens down the line? It's the same idea that we see with pending bills, that there are projects that you've set in place, you have budget lines for them, you know where this money is going to come from, but then you're not able to pay the bills. What happens? Where does the money go? Where is 64 billion shillings that was supposed to be paid between 2019 and 2024? Where is it? Where did it go?
Yeah, and we agreed things could be tough and difficult, but an explanation to Kenyans on where we are would be prudent so that ourselves would get to have even closure. But the absence of communication, the absence of explanation leaves Kenyans asking tough questions because no one is explaining to us why capitation has not been paid, why Kenyans today are in distress because pending bills have not been paid, yet they delivered for projects to be done.
These are the questions that we continue asking. We'll ask the questions until we get the answers in terms of what is happening and what can actually be done to continue to keep countries on the path towards not just development, but then towards thriving. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. Good morning. It is now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Cabinet has approved the Finance Bill 2025 in a move it says is aimed at tightening Kenya's fiscal belt while sparking reforms across the taxation landscape. The Cabinet meeting, chaired by President William Ruto at State House, Nairobi, marks a critical step in the government's strategy to reduce the fiscal deficit and leave quite literally within its means. The bill, which now heads to Parliament, is part of sweeping budget realignments targeting a sharper fiscal deficit of 4.5% of GDP for the 2025-2026 financial year, down from 5.1% the prior year. Now, Cabinet dispatch sent to Newsroom said the bill focuses primarily on closing loopholes and enhancing efficiency, including addressing loopholes related to tax expenditures that have historically been exploited to siphon funds from public coffers, such as through inflated tax refund claims. As the Finance Bill 2025 heads to Parliament, the stage is now set for a consequential debate after the President Ruto administration withdrew Finance Bill 2024 following a wave of youth-led protests that culminated in the invasion of Parliament on June 25th, 2024. The executive board members of the Central Organization of Trade Unions have said that Francis Atwoli will defend his seat as the Secretary General of the umbrella workers body. Speaking in Nairobi, the board led by COTU board member Moses Ndiema dismissed the claims that Atwoli will be retiring anytime soon.
Sisi pia kama board members wa COTU tayari tumeshamalizana mambo ya kuendorse Dr. Atwoli 2026 election kama kiongozi wetu.
So before someone assumes that there's a vacancy in COTU, he should have sought some clarifications from him. How soon is soon? Our understanding is there's no vacancy, and we are going to vote him back.
This comes after Atwoli, in a recent meeting with shop stewards and 2,000 elected COTU-affiliated leaders, hinted at the possibility of taking retirement from the body.
And COTU in Africa, let nobody cheat you, is one of the most powerful trade union organization. Powerful. Kama COTU spearheaded for the first African, in Africa, the whole continent, kuchukua International Labour Organization kama Director General. Sio mchezo. Minataka kuambia nyinyi sio mbali sana, because wale nilipata hapa hawako hapa mbele. Hivi karibuni I will exit with all this group.
The entry of former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i into the opposition coalition could present a major unity test for leaders plotting to unseat President William Ruto in 2027. Matiang'i's first ever public appearance alongside key opposition figures yesterday ended months of speculation over his political allegiance, but also introduced fresh dynamics into an already crowded opposition. And in the international scene, the widower of popular Nigerian gospel singer Osinachi Nwachukwu has been sentenced to death by hanging in connection with her death 3 years ago. The 42-year-old singer was initially said to have died of throat cancer before her family went public with allegations of domestic violence. They accused her husband, Peter Nwachukwu, of abusing the music artist which ultimately led to her death. A judge convicted him of 23 charges, including culpable homicide, and gave him the maximum sentence for the crime. It is, however, unclear if Peter, who denied the charges, will be executed, as the authorities rarely implement the death sentence. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Traffic.
And it's at this time that we see traffic building up quite some on the Thika Superhighway. You're coming in from the Allsops Junction, heading out towards the CBD, and that's already starting to pile up. There is traffic also coming in hot on Kiambu Road. It's busy coming in on Limuru Road as well. Waiaki Way going around the junction and touching on museums around that area, and then going down the Huru Highway is busy. It's going to come in and join traffic that's also coming off of Mombasa Road. There is traffic on Jogo Road today, heading towards Landis, which is very busy in and outbound, and then getting onto Haile Selassie, coupled with folks going back to school, as well as that whole Marikiti area. Quite some traffic has built up. Ngong Road then also coming into the city is busy. Kikuyu Road, Naivasha Road, all going to join on that junction heading towards Ngong Road today, with traffic that has already started to build quite significantly. We'll take a look at the Eastern Bypass, where there's traffic coming in heavy from that Roy interchange out towards North Airport Road, and touching with traffic that's coming off of Outer Ring. It's going to be a busy Wednesday. We're going to keep an eye on all of it and try to keep things moving. You'll help us out. Let's do it and talk on Spice FM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
How are you waking up this morning? It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. Karibu Sana, and as you join us, our audience on KTN, you're joined by folks on our live stream on Facebook, on YouTube, and on X, on radio around Kenya, indeed, in the region and the world. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. As you do that, we're getting into day 2 of getting into school, and you're wondering, okay, this back to school season, how are we going to do it and get everything into the basket that's going to be needed to send children back to school? Well, how about you go to your home of deals? It's Naivas. Naivas has walked and celebrated with Kenyans through many a season. And how about term 2 to do that yet again? It's the longest term of the year, and Naivas is right here with you once again. As you prepare your children for the new school term, and maybe there were some things that you didn't get as you were going back to school yesterday, don't cut corners while doing your shopping. Get everything that you need fully loaded at your Naivas Kiloko near you, and make every item count with Kijaze, Kikapu, Kibonge. Enjoy unbeatable discounts, low prices every day, and a full range of back-to-school essentials. You can do this in one place all day. Make the season a breeze and turn you into the hero they see you as, walking with them every step of the way in their educational journey with Naivas, Kijaze, Kikapu, Kibonge. So, as you walk into an Naivas this morning, those are the things that you will then be able to get. We're getting into the first conversation for the Situation Room this morning with someone else, and that is James Mangerere, who is the president of the Mediation Training Institute of East Africa. We're having a conversation this morning about promoting private mediation practice in Kenya, and we're going to find out what that's all about as we get into that. Mr. Mangerere, good morning.
Morning to you.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Sante.
Thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Good.
Before things get hotter, CT, as you may know, goes around the African continent. He brings proverbs back from each country that he goes to every week. He'll tell you which country he's landed on the shores of today, and then he'll share the proverb, and then we will ask you to interpret that proverb for us. Yes?
I'm ready.
Okay, super.
Good.
We are in the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The proverb, this is me reading my own thing here. A friend is someone who shares your happiness and your sorrows.
Yeah. I think a genuine friend is a person who is available in all circumstances. So I think if you have a friend who only shares your happiness, and then when there are sorrows, is not available, that's not a friend at all. Yeah, it's because a friend in need is a friend indeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, a great one. Where do we have nothing to add, isn't it, or to remove from that? I mean, so getting into the conversation this morning, James, as president of the Mediation Training Institute for Africa, we've heard of mediation as an alternate justice resolution mechanism, and that you don't have to go to the courts, but that you can actually sit one-on-one. But then we want to learn a little bit more about those processes today and seeing about promoting it in the private. That's between two parties. But then let's look into that in terms of what it entails and what the Mediation Training Institute of East Africa actually does. Maybe we start from there and then see then how mediation as a private practice can actually work.
Well, I think it's important for people to know that mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process. And we have so many other alternative dispute resolution processes. We have negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, adjudication, and many others. But you find that the superiority of the mediation process is that you empower parties to make their own decisions, unlike the courts or arbitration, where you have to present your case before a third party, and then that party makes a decision on your behalf. And people, when they make their own decisions, they tend to respect them. That's why decisions made by parties themselves, also decisions that people are ready to respect. Yeah.
When you say people make decisions on their own, please walk us through this. What do you mean? You are in a process of mediation because people have some differences.
Yes.
And it requires a resolution.
Yes.
So how then do they arrive at a decision made by themselves?
You see, people start resolving their disputes through direct negotiation. When direct negotiation fails, when the communication lines are closed, a third party is then invited to come in and assist them to negotiate, to open those lines of communication. However, this third party is neutral. The purpose of this third party is to facilitate negotiation, which the parties have begun already, but they couldn't make any progress, and therefore they needed assistance. So this third party now comes in, who is trained, properly trained, to assist open these lines of communication. Yeah, that's the purpose of mediation.
So what kind of cases would you say come to you often?
Yes. Well, mediation resolves everything. In fact, initially, people used to say mediation cannot resolve criminal matters. It's now, they have been proven wrong, because already criminal matters are being mediated. So we have commercial disputes, we have family disputes, we have community disputes. Now, we have even gone further. Even medical negligence disputes are being resolved through mediation. We have telecommunication disputes resolved through mediation. We have environmental disputes resolved through mediation. Insurance disputes that usually had to go to court these days can be resolved through mediation. That's motor vehicle accident disputes, personal injury claims, because you can, even in courts themselves, they quantify and they can tell you how much you can be paid if your hand is broken.
Right.
Therefore, anything that has got figures involved in it can be mediated.
So how do we know, or how do we decide that something can then go towards mediation? CT stole my 20 cows.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We have him on video.
Yes.
And I've said, look, I want my 20 cows back, or at least I want compensation for them. And we go into this whole hullabaloo, and we're trying to. How then do we say we shall not go to court or we shall not go to the police, but we shall say, let's get into a room and get a third party who's been trained to now mediate between two of us? Because I do want my cows back.
No, wait. I passed by the gate, the cows followed me. What was I supposed to do?
You should not have taken them.
Good.
You should have returned them.
I think what you want to bring about is the criminal aspect of mediation. Now, let me tell you, in our criminal justice system, we have what we call, we usually, when a crime has been committed, usually you say it's a crime against the state. It's not against the individual. That's why you see when somebody is taken to court, it's the republic versus that particular person. You are ignoring the victim. That's why we have now a system we call victim-offender mediation, which is restorative justice. You see, for example, let's talk about the case of somebody who was committed murder, because I've seen a case of murder being mediated.
Really?
Yes. Go to the system and find a case of Muhammad Abdul versus Republic, a case that took place in Isiolo.
But murder is a capital offense.
Exactly.
Can we? And I thought
our constitution allows 3 ways of resolving disputes. Article 159(2)(b) clearly indicates 3 systems of resolving disputes. That is litigation, alternative dispute resolution, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. In this case of Muhammad Abdul versus Republic, Muhammad Abdul committed murder. He was arrested and taken into police custody. Now, while the police were preparing to arraign this person in court, the father of the deceased and together with their families, the 2 communities sat together, and they agreed that they be paid 50 camels as blood money. And therefore, the father of the deceased did an affidavit to the Director of Public Prosecution and asked the Director of Public Prosecution to withdraw the matter. Based on Article 159(2)(b) of the Constitution. The matter was withdrawn. And settled.
So my question is, how do you get to that point when we have an issue? How do we get to the point whereby we say, fine, we are not calling the police, or even if we have called them, or we are not going to court, or even if we have placed something in court, how do we get to the point whereby we say, can we mediate as opposed to following this other process?
It's important to understand this concept, the philosophy of restorative justice. The philosophy is that even if a crime is committed against a state, it doesn't mean that the offender who has already been convicted and taken to court is released upon mediation. But one thing is very clear. Most of these offenders, when they come back to the community, they can't be accepted because they have stigma. Assume there's somebody, for example, who committed rape, let's say rape, and they have been sentenced to prison. What we do in victim-offender mediation is to prepare the victim, prepare the offender, and bring some representatives from the members of the community. Now, the victim the offender is given an opportunity of expressing remorse to the victim, and the victim starts the process of healing. Now, the members of the community who are present, the victim goes back to court, to jail, and serves their sentence. By the time they come out of jail, they are welcome in the community because members of the community were involved. This is a process that works everywhere in the world. And in fact, it's very slow to be applied in Kenya, but the concept or the philosophy of restorative justice has been working in other jurisdictions. It can work also here because we only believe in retribution in Kenya, punishing the offender. And we ignore the victim completely. What happens to a person who has gone through a heinous crime like rape, for example? They are left to suffer, and the process of healing doesn't begin because the offender has not been subjected to an environment where they can accept and show some form of remorse and be given something like a community service and go back and serve their sentence. By the time they are through with their sentence, when they come back to the community, because they have shown remorse, the victim has healed. Number 2, because they showed remorse, members of the community are able to accept them back to society. And this reduces this element of criminality.
Are we saying that courts don't... sorry, guys. Are we saying that courts do not create an environment whereby remorse can be shown and or felt?
That's not available in court. In fact, what is available in court, courts will only focus on the law and the facts. And they will send somebody to prison to serve the sentence according to the law. Issues about remorse, Those things are not, the courts are not trained to bring on board issues to do with emotions. Emotions can only be dealt with in an environment of mediation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So here's a question where you say when someone commits an offence, it is an offence that is against the state,
yes.
right? But here is a question where through the justice system, one tends to trust the courts more than the mediation process because one would feel as though they are shortchanged.
Yes.
So then how do we change this perception that mediation, someone can cut through, that it will not give the justice that is required? How do you deal with that perception?
First of all, was one thing I want to know. There are cases that are not mediatable. Mm-hmm. That's why the reason why it's important to be able to identify a case that is mediatable. There are some cases, especially development, where the victim is not in a position even to consent. We cannot touch those. So there is a classification of cases that cannot be mediated. Now, the problem we have is education. Most Kenyans do not know what mediation is. We have not invested enough time to educate the public and create a culture we call a pro-amicable dispute resolution culture. That is the beginning. When I was talking about private mediation, we must begin with the culture of Kenyans, because Kenyans usually, when they are offended, the first thing they will tell you is see you in court. And when you get in court, you don't even speak. You give it the opportunity to the lawyers to speak on your behalf.
You may not
even understand the substratum of the dispute. Lawyers, I'm a lawyer too. We are not trained on how to deal with emotions. And human beings are 90% emotional, 10% rational. Courts are looking for rationality. So creating that pro-amicable dispute resolution culture is what we begin with, even as we talk about private mediation. And also we need a very strong legal framework to support mediation. Right now, the legal framework we have only supports court annex mediation. Private mediation also requires a legal framework. We are working around a mediation bill to be taken to Parliament, which will then institutionalize mediation and manage standards of practice of mediation. That is the moment the Kenyans then will understand what mediation is, and because it's been legislated, there is a law that will regulate the quality, the standards of practice, the quality of training, and many other things. Right now, all the problems we have is because we do not have a specific legislation that regulates all this stuff. And most Kenyans, in fact, do not know what mediation is. And even the Bible says, "City, my people perish because of lack of knowledge." Every time we rush to court, the cases take 2, 3, 4 years in court, and you know very well that justice is delayed is justice is denied. In mediation, disputes are resolved faster. The reason why this is not in the public domain is because we have not taken time to educate the public about the importance of this process. In fact, I've gone through different parts of the world just to study how mediation has grown. And the reason why I'm coming here today is to see how we can promote private mediation in the country. I've been in Dakar, Senegal. I went to the villages and saw how mediation centers are working very well. And in fact, the courts have very little to do. I've been in Colombo, Sri Lanka, just to study the way they handle their own private mediation. I've been, 2 weeks ago, I was in Sao Paulo, in Brazil. I went for a mediation competition, but I took time to talk to the mediators in that field and how much mediation has developed in that particular part of the world. There's a lot we can emulate from these parts of the world on how we can promote mediation internally. And this is the time to do so, because Kenyans, we have all concentrated on court annex mediation and forgotten that private mediation also thrives.
So there is, you've mentioned something that is critical. Just make me understand. You said that there is no regulation, because now is when you're working on a bill to make a law that will then come up with regulation, which begs the question, then how are you operating without all this?
It's only the courts that have rules. We have rules. We have the legal notes number 145 of 2022 that regulates court annex mediation. Private mediation has been included recently in those court annex mediation rules, but we need an act of parliament. There is a lot that is required, because if we leave this mediation open, everybody is going to be a trainer in the field. Everybody will practice the way they want. Within a very short time, mediation will be rubbished. It will lose the reputation that it has in many other parts of the country, of the world. Look, in Kenya, we are almost 5,000 mediators. Court annex mediation only handles about 1,500 mediators. What happens to the rest of the mediators who are in the field? That's the importance of having promoting private mediation in the country so that we make it a profession like any other. There was an interview I had in another TV station some years back with the president of the International Academy of Mediators, who was asked on TV, how much do you make in a day in mediation? And he said $9,000. People were surprised. $9,000 when they look at Kenya shillings. These people, especially in the United States of America, were in the state we are only 25 years ago. But the mediators came together and they developed the infrastructure. They came up with regulations, what we call self-credentializing systems. Right now, mediation is a business. In all the sectors in America, come to insurance, manufacturing, medical, employment. Before people move to court, first of all, they have to go through mediation. In fact, there is what we call a mediation policy in countries like America, Canada, and others. You will not be allowed to file your case in court unless you have gone to mediation. Before you file your case, you have to present a certificate in court that you have attempted mediation, it has failed, and therefore you bring the case before the courts. And that's how most parts of the world have developed. And we can get there.
Question. The court annexed mediation.
Yes.
You gave a figure and you said they only handle a certain number of cases.
No, I'm saying about the number of mediators who have been accredited by the courts.
You said those are 5,000.
There are 1,500, but there are mediators outside here who are up to 5,000.
Yes, there are 5,000 mediators.
Yes.
So you're saying that the courts have only accredited 1,500?
Exactly, approximately.
Why only 1,500?
Well, it is a capacity also, because these mediators in court have to be paid, and the judicial budget is also limited. Number two, those people have to apply and be interviewed and be accredited. That's the capacity that the courts can take, which means we have other mediators out here who are qualified but are not accredited by the courts. So unless we develop private mediation, it means people are going to be accredited, they are going to be certified, and they will not practice mediation.
If the courts accredit you,
yes,
must you work for the courts?
Not necessarily, but when they accredit you, they assign you matters from the court. You are sure of getting at least
My question exactly, must they assign you?
Well, it's not a must, but depending on the availability of cases, they have a system right now which is computerized, in fact, where they have all the list of their accredited mediators, and that system assigns cases. And if you have already been assigned a case, it will not assign you another case unless you complete what you have.
Let me ask, when somebody is a qualified mediator, who determines that you're qualified?
That's an issue that is very important. For example, if you have been trained by Mediation Training Institute, number one, we are accredited by the International Mediation Institute, which is a worldwide body based in the Netherlands. We are accredited by the Singapore International Mediation Institute, which is based in Singapore, which means our program has been subjected, scrutinized, and approved as meeting international standards. Locally, for the lawyers that we train here, we have been accredited by the Law Society of Kenya, because the lawyers we train usually are accredited 3 CLE units, and many other international bodies that have recognized the standards of training. Now, there is no body in Kenya that accredits training institutions. Only they can recognize you as having a program. That's why right now we have about 42 organizations.
Who accredits the schools of law? Who accredits it? Who is it who created what we know as the Kenya School of Law?
Yeah.
Whatever you know, it's got a different name now.
There's an act of parliament. Exactly. There's an act of parliament that regulates those institutions, which accredits them, which you don't have in mediation right
Why?
now. Because exactly that's the reason why we are working on this act of parliament, the mediation bill that we are working on to place before parliament. And unless we do that, there will be so many institutions outside here claiming to be accrediting you, because the only thing you need to do is just do a register your company and print certificates from the system and give it to people.
You know, I find this strange, and the reason why you find me sticking on this question is this. Our courts are manned by people who have studied the law and have gone through the processes, have gone through law school. Everything that allows them to practice as they're practicing is a process that has an umbrella that enables them to do this. They then accredit mediators. Okay? Why is that accreditation not sufficient? Because the very people that they let me broaden it. if you actually want the alternative justice system to work,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Are we saying that it must work under the supervision of the courts?
No. Not at all.
And even if it were, are you saying that the courts must be the people who are responsible for the payment of these people? Yes. Can something not be worked out so that you actually are accredited in the same way as those are, but you practice?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Like now, most organizations in the world, the courts can only accredit these mediators, people who manage the courts, cases that are within the courts. Okay. That's what they do. But any other private mediation outside here, we have different institutions that are accredited. Mm-hmm. Like for myself, I do international cases, investor-state disputes. Those cases which I do are not with the permission of the Kenyan courts. I'm accredited by international organizations which have put me in their systems, and therefore I get cases and I do them. I do for the World Bank and other organizations. Now, what the courts are doing is limited to only court-annexed mediation programs, nothing more. Mm. And that's why it has got those limited number of people. Now, outside here, private mediators, people open their own offices and they carry out private mediation. Mm-hmm. These people need what we call self-credentializing. We have the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC, which is an organization, which is an African organization, which is trying to create standards and organize mediators who can be able to offer private mediations within the continent of Africa. The problem is when people, especially a person from China or another place, comes to Kenya, they have a dispute and they are looking for a credible mediator. They may not go to court. They may look for an institution that has got a group of people who are bound by a very strong code of conduct to assist them get a credible mediator to be able to help them resolve their disputes. And that's the purpose why the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators was built, and which is what we are working on to promote and ensure that we credentialize our own mediators in the African continent, which will then support people, the credible mediators where people can refer their cases to. Okay. So courts are limited. Courts will only accredit mediators who work within the environment of the court, who receive matters from the court. Okay. But for private mediations, unless we do have a legislation that can manage this process, then it means people are left free. Okay. Anybody can call themselves a mediator.
Is there any kind of education or training that is necessary for a mediator? I ask this because you will have different subject area disputes in different industries, whether it is in airlines, whether it is in law, whether it is in commercial business. But the mediator who is coming in, must they have some kind of training or at the very least understanding of the industry that they're in? And can you be a subject area mediator?
Exactly. The International Mediation Institute has set up a syllabus. Mm-hmm. This is an organization based in the Netherlands, has come up with a syllabus which organizations worldwide adopt. They have standards of practice which they adopt. Now, these are the basic principles. That's why we have basic principles in mediation, and then we have advanced principles in mediation that people study. Now, if, for example, I'm doing a medical negligence dispute, and I'm not a subject matter expert in that particular area, and City is a doctor, but a trained mediator. What we do is I call upon City to come and co-mediate with me. Okay. There's what we call a co-mediation. Technical issues especially will require things we call co-mediation. Therefore, if I'm doing, for example, an environmental dispute and I'm not good, I don't understand the technical terms in environmental mediation, I simply call in a co-mediator, or I ask the parties to allow me to bring on board a subject matter expert to assist me understand the substratum of the dispute. That's what we do. I've resolved issues, technical. I've done some technical mediation in areas I'm not very good at. Because usually what I do is to request the parties themselves to allow me at their own expense to bring in an expert to help me understand, the same way we do even with the courts, to help me understand the dispute so that I can be able to help them resolve their dispute. So it's either through co-mediation or the invitation of an expert to assist you to understand the substratum of the dispute.
So we talk about the syllabus, and when you come to the legal fraternity in the country, there are two institutions that are very key when it comes to legal education. So we have the Commission of Legal Education, or the Council of Legal Education, and the LSK, who manage everything to do with law. Here we talk about a syllabus that is recognized internationally. But how then do we tie that with the Kenyan syllabus and the institutions that manage the legal profession in the country here for you to get accreditation and whatnot? How do we tie that together?
It's very important to know that the mediation and law are separate bedfellows. They are not the same. But people have always associated mediation with the law. We have so many mediators who are not lawyers.
No, they don't have to be lawyers.
Yes.
But whatever it is that they use as their tool for mediation is the law, is it not?
You are talking about legislating mediation.
No.
Yes.
I am saying when an issue is brought before you and people have a dispute.
Yes.
Are you saying that legal issues do not come into the discussion?
Exactly. That's what I want to be very clear about.
Yes.
We look at, we don't know, when you talk about legal issues, you are talking about the rights of individuals.
Yes.
We are not interested in that in mediation completely. We are looking at the interests of the parties. Let me tell you a big difference which people need to really understand. When we look at the law, if we start looking at the law, there are so many mediators who don't even understand what the law is. And I can give you an example of this. There is a dispute I was doing about a family dispute. So, in family disputes, usually you'll find that parties will come with the Marriage Act 2014, Married Women Properties Act, and the court file. That's not our focus in mediation. Our focus in mediation is in the interests of the parties and the best interest of the children. And therefore, we are looking at the fears, the concerns and the needs of the parties, which is different from the rights of the individuals involved. We isolate the law completely from mediation, and people should really understand that.
Let's take a break at this point, and we're going to come back and look at that just a little bit more, because this is really the crux of the matter. Because we always want to link cases where something has gone wrong to what the law can do or punish someone.
Exactly.
And maybe there's more that we can get out of it. James Mangengere is the president of the Mediation Training Institute of East Africa. This is our conversation for this morning at 26 minutes to 8. We'll be back right after this to continue.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list, kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 17, and it's sunny at 15 in Nakuru, with cloudy conditions at 17 in Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 17, while Mombasa at 26 is sunny. Malindi at 27, sunny as well. Kisumu is partly sunny at 20, and we'll see partly sunny conditions at 19 in Kakamega. Mostly cloudy at 19 into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 24 is cloudy. Johannesburg is partly sunny at 12, while we'll look at sunny conditions at 29 in Mogadishu and sunny conditions at 17 in Addis Ababa. Lagos is mostly clear at 24, while Kinshasa is cloudy at 23.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, quite some traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass this morning, inbound going towards North Airport Road and then through towards the Kapanas interchange. So that is busy. And also in and outbound traffic is starting at both ends of Outer Ring. So that's pretty busy as well. Traffic will cross over Manyanja Road through towards Jogoo Road. Landis is clogged up. And we're seeing traffic on Haile Selassie right around Marikiti. And then all the buses are still filled up as folks are going crisscross the country getting back to school. There is traffic coming off Thika Superhighway, and we're seeing that through all stops at the junction towards Survey. Kiambu Road also trying to find its way towards Muthaiga Square. is busy. Wayakiwe started early with traffic today. We're getting out of Westlands and then through towards Chiroma and onto Hulu Highway. It's busy on Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley, and there is traffic clogging up on Gong Road this morning, quite some of it, as you then get out towards the city. We are in traffic hour. This is what it's going to look like for most parts of Wednesday morning. We're going to keep an eye out. You help us as well. Keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Perhaps a different look at how things then can actually be resolved when it comes to the law. And we're talking about promoting private mediation practice in Kenya with James Mangengere, who is the president of the Negotiation Training Institute of East Africa. If you're tuning in, this is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. And as we were going to the break, James, you said, you know what, we're trying to shift the focus a little bit, whereby all parties in a case, usually it has been, you did something to me, I call police. Police says, fine, we go to court, we settle that, you settle me, right? But from what I understand, and maybe you can delve into this a little bit deeper, is that with mediation, that they're both sides. No matter how thin you slice it, a story always has two sides, and both of these sides, in this case, no matter who the offender might be, that they both have something to be listened to and something to be heard. Is that the direction that mediation takes?
Exactly. One thing I want to tell you is to be very clear. We need to know the differences. You know, we have talked several times about the alternative justice system. Alternative justice system is not mediation.
Okay.
It's very important to understand that. You know, mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process, not an alternative. Alternative justice system is a process where sometimes you call in the police, the elders, and they look around something and then they make a decision. Know this difference very clearly. Mediation and alternative justice systems are two different bedfellows completely. They don't use the same philosophy or concept. Now, one other thing I want people to understand is that we are concentrating more on mediation, especially on criminal matters, because it has always been taboo to mediate criminal matters. There's a book I came with. I don't know if anybody can see this book, known as Mediating Criminal Matters, by a gentleman known as Pascal Confilas. He has told people clearly that, look, we have always said, even in Kenya right now, we are saying about mediating criminal matters. They are being mediated every day. Go to our courts. People are going to prisons, identifying matters, and there's what they call conversion. Matters are being taken away from court and taken into the elders for the purpose of resolution. The statistics that we have is that 86% of Kenyans don't go to court when they have a conflict. 86%.
Even though they say I'll call police.
Yeah, they are offended. Yeah. But some of them decide to say, well, first, they may not understand the complexity of the courts. They may not afford the service of a lawyer. They don't know where even those courts are. So we have 6% of the public who do not have access to those courts that we are talking about. So when we talk about mediation, especially village mediation, if you go to a place like Malawi right now, where Lilongwe and Malawi and both parts of South Africa, they have come up with a system we known as village mediation. Disputes between the village level never find their way to court. People have been given some level of training, basic mediation training skills, the elders at the community level. They are solving disputes at that particular level. Not only that, you go to West Africa, they have come up with systems of resolving disputes before they get into the court system. So these are processes that has really grown in very many parts of the world, but it's growing very slowly in Kenya. Why? Before even we could urge mediation, because we started mediation and we want to support mediation, so many other things have come up. We have lost focus. And what I'm asking Kenyans to do is to come back. Let us promote mediation. Other parts of the world have gone very far.
It sounds a bit difficult in some cases, doesn't it, James? Because let's be honest, that sure, if you owe me money or we owe each other, it could even be 10 million. We owe money. There's a way we can sit down and have a conversation and say, you can see I don't have. Let me do something for you where I'll be paying you a little bit per month, even if it is bad. Even if I promised you I'll give you today. Today comes, I don't have, right? We can sit down and we can discuss that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Now, if we look at other cases, where somebody has been raped.
Yes.
Somebody close to you has been killed.
Yes.
Isn't it a little bit more difficult for us to sit around a table and discuss, okay, let me think what you were thinking when you took the life of my beloved?
Exactly.
How?
That's why I'm telling you, even before you reach a point where you're making a decision that you need to mediate a case, there is a screening process. There are cases that cannot be mediated. That has to be very clear. And there are those cases that can be mediated. For example, let me just give you a very good example probably of a case you can just understand. There's a dispute between a husband and a wife on issues about custody of the children. The wife goes to court and gets an order of the court attaching the salary of the husband. And I know of a case similar like that, where somebody's salary was attached, which was 11,000. The guy was a guard. The court attached everything. Therefore, the all amount went to take care of the wife and the children. So the husband said, if I do not have money for transport, I can't pay my own rent. What am I doing in Nairobi? So the husband took his bag and resigned and went to the village. So now, here is the wife in Nairobi with the children.
There's
no
nothing
money
to attach.
Now, what did the court really do? Did it help resolving the dispute? If this matter came to mediation, would have said this: you are earning 11,000. Why don't you take that 5,000 or 6,000 shillings out of the 11,000, give it to your wife? Let her take care of the child because he's holding your child. And the remaining 5,000, you can pay your small rent and get transport to go to your place of work. Haven't we sustained that dispute? Than making a decision not knowing about the consequences. Now the wife had to follow the husband to the village. But they want to do the farming in the village.
I have a point that I need clarified here.
Yes. Yes.
Cases that you've given the example of family disputes, both parties are called.
Yes.
And the courts do interrogate the earnings of this person and what they do.
Exactly.
So, in a case where the court awards that entire amount, surely there's something wrong with that person who has issued that.
They didn't show up in court.
You see,
no. Even if you don't show up in court, matters that involve children, I want to assure you, it's not just the courts. You will find that the children's department gets involved. People come. A lot happens before that decision is made. It's not just people go to court and they sit there and the decision is made. Mediation is more sensitive, and mediation allows both parties to talk to each other.
Yes, exactly.
The court doesn't. The court talks.
Yes.
And if you have somebody, and the individuals may talk to the court and explain.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say is that our courts may be busy and sometimes don't do what they should do, but before they issue a verdict, the truth is they do go into details. It's not as though it is rare that somebody would attach someone's entire salary.
Let me tell you, City, what you do not probably you may not know. In any disputes, usually there are three issues of concern to the parties. One, we have what we call substantive issues. These are the issues we write down and present before the court for determination. Then number two, we have emotional issues. Emotional issues cannot be written down. They can only be expressed if the environment allows you to express those emotional issues. Then we have number three, we have what we call pseudo-substantive issues. Pseudo-substantive issues are those issues that are emotional, but they are usually presented as being substantive. They are vehicles that carry those emotional issues. Now, the courts will only focus on substantive issues because these are the issues that have been presented before the court. The courts do not have the capacity of going into the emotional and pseudo-substantive issues because there is no training to that effect. And you will find that 90% of the issues the cases that we have, contain 80%, the percentage of issues are, emotional issues are 80% in any case. So if we ignore the 80% and make a determination on the 20 or 15%, which are substantive, there is a lot that we have ignored. That's why, let me tell you of an example of a husband and wife who are fighting. And then you take the case before the chief. Now the chief will ask the husband, for example, the wife says, my husband doesn't eat my food. I just want you to listen to that one, City, very well. Because I want to tell you the difference between emotional and substantive issues. The wife says, my husband doesn't eat my food. What the chief will do, will ask the husband, why don't you eat your wife's food? Okay? And the chief will the husband will tell you, when I come in the evening, I pass through the bar, take a few bottles of beer, I eat my nyama choma, and I come home with my stomach full. And then I get home and somebody is trying to give me ugali and sukuma wiki. Where do I have to place it seriously? Should I really eat? Is it a must that I must eat? And then the chief will tell them, you see, you guys don't make noise. Fighting in the community, you disrupt the community. So stop this forthwith. All right? What has the chief done?
Nothing.
The chief has simply resolved substantive issues.
He actually hasn't resolved.
You see, therefore, once you can even tell the husband and wife to greet each other. And they go home and the fighting continues. What did the chief ignore? The chief ignored the emotional and pseudo-substantive issues. That's very important to understand. So even the courts themselves do not have the capacity to delve into emotional and substantive issues, which are more important issues in the dispute. In mediation, we are trained to empathize. And when we empathize, we give somebody a license to tell us about their pain. There are issues that we hear that other forums cannot hear. And once those issues are resolved, you tend to get permanent solutions to disputes. I can tell you that. Let me give you an example, because I have examples I give you which bring points home very clearly.
Okay.
There's a person who sold his land without telling his wife. He sold all his land without telling his wife. And the person who bought the land went and processed title deeds. Those days you didn't require the spousal consent to do that. He went and processed title deeds. Unfortunately, this man who sold the land died. When he died, during the funeral, the new owner of the land came with the title deed and told the widow, I'm a gentleman. Please, after morning, just get out, get lost, get out of my land. The widow told this man, here we don't sell ancestral land. You made a mistake. So we are not moving. So the guy went to the chief and told the chief, I've been a gentleman, I've told these people to move and they can't move. The chief told him also, you would have asked. There are so many graves over there. Here, people don't sell ancestral land. The guy went to court, presented the papers. He filed a suit to evict these people from the piece of land. He served these people with pieces of the summons to appear in court. The guy told the process server, not even the courts can evict us from this piece of land. So after that, this guy went to court, processed a decree, and in the decree was told that he would be accompanied with the OCPD of the area. And he got some guys to go and evict the families. You know what the villagers did? When these people were coming, the villagers gathered together. They said there is no way this family will be evicted as we see. They were all armed with stones, sticks and arrows and rungus, and they were waiting for these guys. When the police officers saw that, they said, we can't shed blood for the property of one man. They told this guy to go back to court and tell the court these orders are incapable of execution. And these matters was never solved. Now, later on, I can tell you this guy had to come back after about 5 years. After I trained, there's a time I was training council of elders in mediation in different parts of the country. This guy came back to the chief and said, I hear you have trained mediators here. Is there any way I can be assisted? And this guy, they told him, now you can come. They asked him now. The elders, the chief told him, if you come before the elders, just tell the elders what help you want and maybe they may help you. The elders told him to come with the title deed and the court order. The first question they asked him, did that title deed help you? No. This 6 years down the line. Okay, do you want us to help you? Okay, tear it into pieces. The guy tore it into pieces. And he told me, did the court order help you? No. Tear it into pieces if you want us to help you. He did that. And then they said, we want to pick 2 mediators who will accompany the family. Go and talk to the family. Whatever you agree, the elders will ratify it. So the mediators were appointed. They went and talked. The family agreed to give him a small piece of land, 50 by 100, towards the road. The guy said, at least this cleans my tears. And that's where he built his house. 2 years down the line, his son married from this family. Now that boundary had to move. Did the courts really help this guy? Did the law help them?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm telling you, if you want permanent solutions to disputes, we go either through community mediation or we go through commercial mediation, because mediation gives permanent solutions to disputes.
Okay.
It's important to understand that.
How do we get to you? Because that's where rubber meets the road. Because then again, we know I have a dispute, I go to the police, I go to the court, I go to the chiefs.
Yes.
But how do I get a professional mediator? Because then again, we are attached to the court annexed mediation.
Yes.
The likes of you, where do we get you?
We have the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, which is a body that registers mediators. We have, if you need a mediator, we have Mediation Training Institute Mediation Center, where we have a panel of trained mediators who are bound by a very strong code of conduct. You can get mediators from there who are properly trained qualified and who have experience over many years. We have been training mediators for the last 24 years. Now, we have people, I tell you, who have experience, who mentor others. So here, I can promise you that you can get a mediator, not only who can do local disputes, but those who can do international disputes. And we are available. You can go to the ICMC website, the MTI websites, they are there, and you can get what we call a cooperative suit, where there is a list of mediators who are qualified and who are bound by a very strong code of conduct who can handle your matters professionally. So they're available. We have that expertise in the country and all over the region. Yes.
Compare the cost of doing mediation towards the cost of a normal court case, for example. That this is not to brandish the courts because the usefulness is it's clear where it lies.
Yes.
But then we also have the issues of how long it takes and how it can be wrapped up in judicial and processes for a very long time.
Yes.
So talk to us about the cost of going the mediation way as opposed to going the court way.
Mediation is not only cheap, it's very cost effective because you can resolve a matter in a day. Yeah, and have it resolved in a day or in a week. In fact, the court and expedition, you have been given 2 months, but matters are resolved even faster than that. I have a case, for example, there's a time I used to train mediators at the Kenya School of Law. Even now I do train mediators. There's a young man, a young advocate who had just been admitted to the bar, who went to his father's law firm in town and found a matter that had been in court for 17 years. He requested his dad, and this is a real life case, I'm telling you. He requested his dad and told his dad, I'm a trained mediator and the process works. Can you allow me to mediate this dispute? His father was a little bit skeptical. They said, mediation has been here even since the time of Jesus Christ. These are complicated case. This matter cannot be solved. But his son insisted. And he told, please write to the other side and tell them I'm giving you them free service. That the other side accepted because they said, moreover, we have been in court for 17 years. We know mediation is a without prejudice process. If we don't agree, still we can come back to court. Whatever we discuss there cannot be used against the other in any subsequent legal process. So they agreed. The young man took them to Serena Hotel. Within 10 days, a matter that had been in court for 17 years was resolved within 10 days.
Wow.
In fact, as parties were getting out of Serena Hotel, they were shedding tears. Tears of joy that the matter had eventually been resolved. Tears of bitterness because this issue had really destroyed the relationship within the family. They had spent a fortune paying this in court. Now this matter was resolved in just 10 days. When this young man came to his father's law firm and told him, Dad, this matter has been resolved, his dad told him, you bastard. You mean you can solve this case in a week? Do you know that this is the case where we used to get money to pay our rent and pay your school fees? Now this is the kind of thing that we want to change in this country. People want to resolve their disputes faster. They want to resolve their disputes cheaply. And we don't want in the process of resolving disputes to destroy our relationships. That's why we are trying as much as possible to promote mediation, not only in the country, but in the continent. Because it works. Yes.
How critical is mediation aspect in terms of reducing case backlog in courts with regards as well to when you arrive at decisions and resolutions? Is it filed in court? How is it enforced?
In fact, let me tell you that mediation has really assisted the court to reduce its backlog. Most of the cases these days are referred to mediation. They have a system in which they screen cases and refer them to mediation. The Chief Justice recently gave statistics on how much money has been brought back to the economy because of mediation. The settlement rates has been very high on mediation matters. Let me tell you the importance of mediation, even if the matter does not settle. When a matter is referred to mediation, people now at least get clear about what the issues are narrowed down, so that in case even if they don't agree, when these matters eventually come to court, they are resolved quickly. So mediation adds value, even if a matter is not solved. But it has done magic. In fact, the backlog of cases has been drastically reduced since mediation was introduced in 2015 through a pilot program. Right now, there's mediation in every court in the country. They have registries that manage mediation, and it has a serious impact right now.
Right.
Yeah.
How exactly do you enforce that decision that has been arrived at in mediation? Again, the legality will come in because that understanding, is it binding and how is it binding?
Good. The new regulations right now, that is Legal Notice number 145 of 2022, has given provisions of adoption of mediation agreement, be it, even if it's a private mediation agreement, if people go outside their city and yourself resolve a dispute before a mediator and an agreement is signed, that agreement can be presented before the court. It can be adopted and be converted into a decree of the court. And that settles the matter. And the goodness about this decree of the court is that there is no appeal against a decree of the court that emanates from a mediation agreement, because they want to bring this litigation to an end through that system. Only that they have recently brought up provisions for setting aside decrees that come out of mediation on some specific grounds, some of them which are controversial. But any agreement made in a private mediation outside here can be brought before the court, and it can be adopted by the court and converted into a judgment of the court like any other judgment. Yes.
Very quickly, James, how does one become a mediator? We talk about how cases can be mediated, but there could be folks who, are sitting on a talent, can actually, because there are very many cases in court. There are also very many cases that require mediation. From your own admission, or is the pool already too full?
No. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in Brazil. And in Brazil, we have more than 300,000 mediators. And they are all PC. It depends on how we develop our mediation infrastructure in the country. Here right now, we have about 4,500 mediators. And only the court has observed 1,500, which means there are many others who are outside here. Still, we have a population of 60 million Kenyans. And there are so many cases that they find their way to court. Others are in police stations, others are with the chiefs. In fact, what I would recommend, especially the government, is to train chiefs and county commissioners and police officers, especially OC crime, those people who stay at the police station, they resolve disputes, to learn the skills of mediation. Some of the disputes that come to the chief come to the police station. Some of them need not find their way to court. If our police officers, if our chiefs were trained to be mediators, this is something that we can invest in, so that by the time the case comes to court, the issues are very clear. Maybe mediation has failed. Maybe it doesn't qualify to be mediated because of the classification that I told you about. So we need to invest a lot in this country as far as mediation is concerned. Now, I need to tell you about the barriers that we have.
I mean, in a few seconds, because our time is coming.
Exactly. There's general lack of knowledge about what mediation is. We have not really promoted mediation well in this country. In fact, 70% of the population doesn't know what mediation is. Number two, there is confusion of mediation with other alternative dispute resolution processes. We confuse them a lot. For example, you cannot talk about mediation and AJS in the same thing. You can't do both. Those are different because the mechanisms are different. And then there's resistance from some quarters about mediation, especially my colleagues, the lawyers. We need to work around that. So we need to have, first of all, a legislation. It's very important to work on a legislation to be able to cap the vices that they may emanate from this practice of mediation in this country. So we are working on a bill that will be presented before Parliament, and once this bill is up, it will contain most of the problems that we have right now and issues to do with our practice. But mediation is here to stay. It's like River Nile. In fact, if you come on its way, it will sweep you around the ground. So I'm encouraging all parties, all people in the country, the government and everybody else, please let us support mediation.
Indeed. James Magengere is the president of the Mediation Training Institute East Africa. Has been our guest this morning. Definitely eyes opened on some of these matters. Thank you so much for being here in the Situation Room this morning. Good morning. It's 8:01.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lao Ubago. Opposition leaders have condemned the violence that broke out in Angata, Barikoi, Narok County between residents and police officers over a piece of land that left 5 civilians dead. In a joint statement signed by People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua, Wipers Kalonzo Musyoka, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, former Agriculture CS Mithika Linturi, sacked PS Cabinet Secretary Secretary, that is Justin Muturi, DAPK leader K. Eugene Wamalwa, and former Secretary General Torome Saituti. The leaders cited the increasing violence in government. The leaders have accused President William Ruto of alleged land grabbing, saying the Angata Barakoi incident mirrors what happened in Mavoko, Nairobi and Ndabimbi areas. They vowed to file human rights cases at the International Criminal Court in the Netherlands to seek justice. The family of Spice Drive show presenter Edward Kwach has announced 2 days of public viewing. The family said that friends and colleagues will be allowed to view his body today and tomorrow from 12:30 to 2 p.m. The viewing will take place at the Lee Funeral Home. Quatch succumbed to meningitis on Monday while receiving treatment at the Coptic Hospital in Nairobi. The government aims to increase the number of young people joining the NYS Youth Service from 20,000 to 100,000 by the year 2027. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku says the move is one of the government's strategies to address youth unemployment. He also urged young people to use the opportunity to join the NYS to gain skills that will help them earn a living.
We have many young people across the Republic of Kenya, and the government is committed to ensure that moving forward, the intake, which at the moment is 20,000 youth who have been enrolled this year in NYS, moving forward we are going to increase that number from 20,000, and we want to push it by 2027, 2028 to 100,000 young people.
And moving on is that construction of Raila Odinga Stadium, where this year's Madaraka Day celebrations will be held, is nearing completion. Internal PS Raymond Omolo, Interior PS Raymond Omolo has said the stadium will be completed early next month, saying this year's festivities will benefit business people in the county and its environs.
They've been able to work closely together, and we are where we are because of that delivery from them. So in a nutshell, we have the airstrip, which is undergoing renovations. We expect that by the 17th of May, what we need for purposes of having a successful event will be in place. There is the apron that is being worked on. There's the extension of the runway, as well as the terminal building, which will not be ready by then, but the process will have been initiated.
County Governor Gladys Wanga has urged investors to prepare and take advantage of the large number of people expected to visit the county during the festival.
And we want to really urge our fishermen. One, this lake is not just for us, it is for posterity. So we must conserve it. And two, let us resolve our issues amicably so that we don't go onto the lake and start killing each other for the purposes of these resources.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Umaga.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic as we get to a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and it is still busy on most of these streets. We're getting into the city, and it's going to take us some time as you do then approaching Gong Road. If you're coming in from Naivasha Road or coming in from Kikuyu Road, it's going to be busy. Coming in from the Karen area also, there is some traffic that's forming as you're getting into the CBD. Heavy on the Thika Superhighway as you then come through towards the Pangani Underpass, and also coming in from Kiambu Road round Muthaiga Square, that's going to be busy. But then look at traffic that's coming into the city from Jogo Road, Landis Road, then onto Haile Selassie. In and outbound traffic is crazy. On Uhuru Highway, then getting towards the Haile Selassie Avenue Junction, that also is doing the thing this morning. So quite some traffic, folks. We're going to have to weed through it somehow. Coming off of the Eastern Bypass, also extremely busy as well. Let's talk and try to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's into the third hour of the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And even as we get into the conversations, it's apt because we're back to school and there's so many things that are happening. But before you get back, Naivas says, so maybe you didn't get your shopping in tow and you didn't get all the things that you needed to do. We've sat with you through all the celebrations. And as we get back to school, which is another process, Naivas is with you yet again. So it's back to school season and you want to have Naivas, the home of deals, hold your hand, walking through with Kenyans through significant celebrations, and they're right here with you again. So you prepare your children for the new school term. Don't cut corners on their shopping lists. Get fully loaded at your Naivas Kiloko and everyday low deals. We're looking at low prices and a full range of back to school essentials, and they're all in one place. So let's make this season a breeze. Turn you into the hero that they see you as you have walked through with them on their educational journey. Remember, Kijaze, Kikapu, Kibonge with Naivas as you get back to school. Right? So our live streams are up. They're on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our audience on KTN Home, everybody around the country, as we have vital conversations that matter. And this morning is another one, even at this hour, when we've been looking at education and we've been looking at changes. Let's math, let's not math. Let's CBC, let's CBE. Let us... let's hire teachers, make them permanent and pensionable. Let's hire interns. Let's not. Let's keep lower secondary in primary. Let's not. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Let's pay capitation. Let's not. What kind of conversations are we having around those things? But we cannot stop having this conversation. And so to further conversation with us this morning is the National Secretary of the Kenya Teachers in Hardship and Arid Areas Welfare Association, Ndungu Wangenye, and he's here with us this morning. Mr. Wangenye has been here before. And as we further this conversation, he's here with us again. Good morning, Ndungu.
Good morning. And I'm happy to be here once again so that we have this constructive discussion about the education of our country, because it affects us, it affects our children, and whatever decisions we make today as leaders will affect even the future generations to come. So we must get it right. We have no room for error.
Absolutely. We're having a conversation from CBC to CBE. Kenya's trial and error education system is what we're looking at today. But before we get into it, CT, has gone to a different African country from the last time that you were here. He's going to share a proverb and then you can interpret that for us.
Yes, when the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, a friend is someone who shares your happiness and your sorrows. A friend is someone who shares your happiness and your sorrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
Is it?
Very true.
Really?
Somebody who shares with you all the time. That's a friend. And a genuine one, of course.
A genuine one.
Yeah.
So there's some fair weather ones who are only friendly with
they
you.
don't need to be with you when you're in happiness.
Good. Yes, but
when you're in sorrows, they run away from you. You must have a friend who is with you all the time.
Those are rare.
And they are very rare. I am not among them.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Right.
Well, all right then. We don't need just fair weather friends. Essentially, we need them through and through the good times and indeed
that's the point.
Through the bad times. And so, we keep having, conversations around education and asking ourselves the question, okay, yikes, what is really going on, when we're looking at the system? Now, when we thought that, okay, things were looking a bit foggy here and there, we're not really sure what to do. Then we've come up last week and we said, okay, well, while you're at it and you're still confused about whether you're going to choose maths as applied maths or simple maths, as to whether you're going to have a secondary school at the lower level, still domiciled in primary schools, whether you're going to have STEM pathways or whether you're going to have... While all that was happening, then the good folks at the curriculum development said, actually, you know what? It's not going to be CBC anymore. Now it's going to be CBE. So throw that into your basket of confusion, put it up your pipe and smoke it, and this is where we are today. My goodness.
let's start. Let's look this in a broader perspective. You know, when we were here last time, I remember the bigger debate was whether maths should be compulsory or not, and we actually had a very heated debate on whether maths should be. I remember Dennis was pinning me and City asking me why should it be compulsory, and I even told them that personally I am a maths teacher, maths chemistry. That's my first degree before I did law, and we even escalated that one all the way to Jogo House, all the way to Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and to the Teacher Service Commission. Actually, from here, I'm going for another meeting at the Teacher Service Commission.
Okay.
And one thing we also need to understand and celebrate is that our voices were heard.
They were.
So it means that whatever we say here does not go. It is not in vain. It's not an exercise in futility.
Absolutely.
Because we had a discussion here. We also escalated as stakeholders within education sector because we are a legal entity. Kenya Teachers in Hardship and Arid Welfare Association is a legal entity recognized by the laws of Kenya. The other stakeholders, the teachers' unions, they are parents' associations, they are the sponsors, they are religious and faith-based organizations. All of us are stakeholders. And we said that maths is one of the, because whenever we say that when you are testing a child or a student, you test two things. One, literacy and numericals. So when that child is able to speak good English, good Kiswahili, good sign language, then where the numericals comes in, because that is the cognitive part of a human being. You should be able to count, you should be able to talk. The moment you have that, you have basic education. And that is why we escalated and said, let's have maths all the way to senior school, because that's where basic education stops. Then from there, as they advance to university and tertiary institutions, maybe they can choose other things to do and maybe drop maths. Because when you go to university, you may do linguistics. But you'll find that even when you're in university and you are doing linguistics, I told you, in Kenya School of Law, there is a unit called Legal Practice Management that has account bit of counting in management. And most students usually fails because they don't want to hear anything about math. They say, I'm a lawyer, I don't want anything about math, but there is math. So what I can say is that there was a national conversation on curriculum, competence-based. Now it was curriculum, now it is education. On 25th at KICC. And that is when the government decided now this pressure is too much from stakeholders. People of Kenya have now talked. Why can't we now do as Kenyans are asking us to do? And I'm happy today to report that actually that one was executed. The KICD was tasked to go and revise and see for those pathways that are not STEM. Because there is social sciences and there is arts and sports. Can't they incorporate the bit of mathematics so that it becomes elementary mathematics, the general mathematics, okay, or the basics mathematics, not to details as to those who are doing STEM.
What they're calling simple math.
Exactly.
Because what we did hear from the Ministry of Education was that then, all right, if you're not taking the STEM pathway, then you will then just do simple math. If you will go in the STEM pathway, then you will then have applied math.
Yes.
Now, what may have then been a little bit confusing was that they are now giving 9 months. Interestingly enough, if you take those 9 months and plonk them into the calendar, it is the exact time that we have left in this school year before which grade 10s will report to school in January 2026. So they've been given those 9 months to then be able to ensure that this math, whether it is simple or applied, will then fit into the curriculum.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if that is enough time, but that's what we were told.
KICD is an institute that is very well staffed with competent people. Actually, if you go to KICD today, there are subject heads in each and every unit. Like you go to chemistry, there is an officer, almost the rank of a director, who is in charge of chemistry. There's another one in charge of mathematics. And I'm sure with the KICD, with the competence of the people and the training those people have, in fact, revising those curriculums to align, they may not even need 9 months. They may even require a month or two. And then you'll see the curriculum is already out. But now, let's just go back a bit and ask ourselves, where did this confusion begin?
Yes.
Because I think that is the basis of everything. Today we are speaking, let's have maths, let's not have maths. Where did it begin? Remember, and I told you here, and I think CT will bear me witness, that the last time I was here, I said that competence-based curriculum started with when the Minister for Education was Dr. Matiang'i. Then Professor Magoha came in and escalated it. Then Machogu came and escalated, and now we have Migosi. The time that we had that problem is when we had Matiang'i. In fact, the issue, Matiang'i may be good. He brought many reforms in the education sector, but I will also poke holes on his style of management. He was non-consultative. And the moment you approach an attitude of non-consultation, you let definitely get wrong. In fact, it is the first time in the history of the review of competence-based curriculum that we are having a dialogue of all stakeholders on board. Personally, I was in KICC. Personally, I was in Mashinani when they were moving around the counties. Remember last time we were here, we said they are moving around the county correcting views from stakeholders. So let's be sure and say this. Let's put the blame where it is. Matiang'i, despite the fact he brought so many reforms in the education sector, he could not consult anybody. It was his, he would bulldoze and push it, and that is where problems started and the rain started beating us. Then came Professor Magoha, who was also escalated what Matiang'i had started. And that is where even the confusion started. That, do we domicile junior secondary school in primary, or do we domicile it in secondary schools? And then the confusion started. We built, so many classes were built in secondary. Again, when the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms came, the parent said, no, these students are too young, let them be domiciled in primary. Those classes were left almost idle. Today, we are rushing to finish classes in primary schools, where there were classes and laboratories in secondary schools. So I think the entire thing, it is to make sure that as you are implementing anything, even in this company, or anywhere where you are in the management level, the first thing to do is to make sure you have an exhaustive consultation. Consultation does not mean you are weak. Consultation does not make you as a junior, an inferior reader. Consultations makes you strong, and you are supposed to consult on and on. Right now, we have already said mathematics, let it be there in the other two pathways, apart from STEM. Who knows? Maybe as we move ahead, there'll be some loopholes. Can't we come together, put our heads together and see where is this shoe pitching us? Can we now tighten?
But
can we fix it?
Question? How on earth did maths suddenly become a center of such intense discussion? What is it? Because from what we read in the papers, statistics were being used. It was looked at, and it was said that at primary school level, a much larger percentile of individuals manage to pass maths. When you look at the figures in secondary school, the figures get lower. That was among the reasons that they were giving in saying, because of this, we shouldn't then consider this thing to be compulsory. But in my opinion, that missed the point completely. Completely. Because there is a question of how do we train those who teach maths? If you look at the importance of maths, just the all-encompassing importance of maths in our lives on a daily basis, and the practicability of maths on a daily basis, how the discussion of whether we should have it or not comes in, I don't understand. I would understand, let's add a bit more of this, let's spread a bit more of this, but people must be taught this subject. That to me ought to be the norm. But the norm, to have it or not to have it, at that crucial point in the lives of students, when they are now growing up, they are leaving adolescence, they are heading towards adulthood, when all the cognitive faculties that they have are beginning to wake up in more ways than they've ever known, when they need to reason, when they need to think, when they need to analyze, and maths does that for you. And there's the discussion, without having this discussion of how do we train our teachers so that students can A, like the subject, and B, do well in it? Because it is not an impossibility.
And Stephen, as you talk about that, remember that this conversation was being was actually being championed by directors, those who are in charge of implementing the curriculum, which begs the question, even now that has changed, what has changed their ideology about mathematics?
I doubt if it was their idea. Yeah, let me tell you, heard me say on this, and I'm glad our brother is here.
He's here.
KICD, the people they have there, they know their stuff. Even this question I'm asking, they can answer easily. Who gave those instructions for them to give that nonsensical order? Who? Where did that influence come from? Because it is utterly nonsensical.
Can't they say no or advise for better?
I think it was a mistake. I think it was a misstep. I think they overlooked that one. Because and as I'm telling you,
they do not. Those people don't make such mistakes.
Because CT, as I'm telling you, this thing came, and I think it started around 2017. That is when money was after 2017 general election. That is when we started pouring money to change the curriculum of this country. And 5 years, all the way up to 2022, money was being poured in beds. Retooling of the teachers.
You are, and how are they retooled?
Yeah, that is what I'm telling you. Retooling of the teachers, expanding infrastructure, particularly in secondary schools, so that those students in junior secondary schools, they were supposed to be domiciled in secondary schools. Changing of the content in the textbook and the materials that will be used to teach CBC. And as that debate, I remember by then, Honorable Sosion was a NAT Secretary General. He raised a lot of objections on that. But no one could hear. I was by then, and I can confess this, by then I was also Executive Secretary of Kupet in charge of Laikipia County. And I remember we raised objections on the same. But all the objections we were raising were falling on deaf ears.
Whose deaf ears?
Of course, the minister was there, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. And we couldn't move. That is when we decided, in fact, at one time, we issued a strike threat on the same. But we were told we want to suppress the government, we want to fight the government. And so, somehow, we couldn't move. And that is why I'm telling CT, either by design or by default, there was a misstep. And that is what we got it wrong, right from the word.
When you say misstep, it means somebody was walking in a certain direction.
Yes.
And they lost their footing.
Yes.
No. This is deliberate. It is deliberate. Money to change an entire structure of education. Did they understand the ramifications of that? Did they actually comprehend what they were doing? And what it is that was going to be the outcome? There's all the lovely talk of what we're going to produce at the end. Money was being poured in. Was it enough to actually restructure the system so that the thing that is mentioned as the pleasant outcome can be achieved? Was that adequately done? The retooling, as you say, were the teachers really prepared? Was it a continuous process that even as we talk of now, we can say, this is where it started, this is where we are, and this is what we're doing? How is it that there's very little discussion about how teachers were trained and retooled? We heard complaints, inadequate retooling, inadequate preparation, inadequate numbers of teachers. That is the conversation.
We also heard reluctance of teachers to pay the training fees, which was then now lumped on them towards this new curriculum. We heard that as well.
Yes, and that is what the reason I'm saying it is a misstep, CT, and I'll bear me witness, is why are we now back on the issues that we raised? Why are they now being incorporated? It means we had missed them in the initial conception of the ideas.
No, we didn't miss them.
We missed them because we didn't implement them.
Somebody forced the ideas down our throats. We did not miss them.
Very good.
Dungo, if we can look at it and try to do so with a clear eye.
Yes.
That when you look at something like education, when you come and you ask that the entire system essentially be changed, you're not saying that you tripped and fell along the way because you didn't see where you were going. You've asked for a fundamental change in the manner in which you're going to do something.
Yes.
You can't say that you missed a step.
Yes. My sister, today if I decide to walk from here on the way to the road, the idea is for me to reach the main road.
Yes.
That is the idea.
Yeah,
that is what I've conceived
but you
in my
don't
mind.
walk out of the window.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
As I am walking from here to the main road, there will be stairs, there will be doors, isn't it? There will be clearances. In the course of walking, because the idea of changing the curriculum was there globally, and even in Kenya, everybody there was a need to change from 844 to the compass-based curriculum.
This need?
But now, on the conception on how now do we move, so that we move from 844 to CBE or CBC for that matter. How do we move along the way? That is where now we started other challenges. We don't have enough. Do we domicile here? Do we not domicile here? Mathematics should be compulsory, should not be compulsory.
No, we've gone too far ahead. Why was this change necessary?
Yes. Because we talk about
what
was wrong with the old
yes,
844?
what was it that the 844 system was not able to fulfill that required a complete overhaul? What was it?
Yes. The issue about the conception of changing 844. 844 was conceived as exam-oriented system, whereby today or tomorrow I have a mathematics paper to sit on. I'll spend the night on my legs in the bucket, cold water, reading and cramming everything, so that I pass the exam. Then when I get that A in the market, I am brought here to this studio. I cannot deliver anything.
Actually, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. The 844 had elements that are very similar to that of the CBC, just that they were never implemented.
Yes.
The issue of continuous assessments was in 844. I myself was a teacher. And we are the group that ushered in the 844. I taught the older system and I also taught in the 844. So I know the elements that in theory were there. The practicality that you speak of with regards to an exam, if what you required was to ensure that instead of simply waiting for an exam at the end of a certain period in time, you introduce this continuous assessment, are you telling me to introduce continuous assessment, you have to overhaul an entire system?
There was a challenge, CT. CT, let me ask you this. Why did we have all of a sudden upsurge of exam irregularities in this country? Because there came a time whereby any school would do anything to get good grades. You find a school, the entire school, and it was there even in, I think not so many years ago, whereby you would find student in KCP, all of them, social science, they are all scoring 76 marks, all of them, almost 120 students. Is it possible? Is it practically possible? So that they want to shine, to be seen in the newspaper, to be seen in this TV of KTN, to be seen, Dennis to announce that school A, school B is the one toppling, and we are carrying those children shoulder high. It is like an advertisement in the market. That is what now brought the mind that now. Are we testing? And then when the students get A, fine, they get the A's. And today, madam, you'll bear me witness, there is even a saying that kuna kuwaga na ya matiangi na ya ingine. Because those two A's are different, isn't it? Because a student will get an A, will go to the university, and even maybe cheat his way. But when you bring here or that student here in the market and you give him a task to do, he cannot execute. So that is why we needed to see where did we get it wrong. City has said we needed to change, even if it is a system of exam irregularity and all that. We could fix it in 844 and still continue with 844, which I agree. Yes. City, that one I agree 100%. But there are other factors also that also maybe CBC brought in. Specialization. Like now, see, they are starting their selection by May 20th.
Yes.
They'll be starting their selection for for senior schools. Now, we are now starting to identify talents at tender age. Unlike the 844, which would go all the way up to Form 4. So that student who is specializing in sports, arts and sports, can be able to select a school. Because now selection will not be based on marks. It is now the school that is giving the pathway that you have decided. The student that have decided to specialize in social science, align or that school that is giving that pathway. A student who wants to be an engineer, he will choose a school that is giving that pathway. That is a slight demarcation.
Where in the world,
from 844, whereby we categorize, and there is no national schools, no extra county.
Where in the world do we have such a system that we can benchmark with?
And I think as well, yes, answer that first, yeah.
I'm just asking. Because in the same manner in which you are telling us what it's supposed to do, the 844 did the same thing. Even then we questioned, why were we changing from what we had to the 844? To the 844. It was questioned.
Yeah.
But the freedom that we now enjoy wasn't available then. So you questioned it and then you kept quiet.
Because the 844 that City talks about, leave alone the one that was being out of 500, it started with 700, where there was...
I did the 700.
Where there was arts and craft, there was home science, there was agriculture. But all those along the way were dropped.
dropped.
Yes. But they are back now.
But they are back
They are
now.
back.
So that
Yes,
means
they are.
it's just 844 with a different name.
They're back now. The same subject courses that were being studied then are still being studied now. Remember that there were some subjects that were dropped, and so you had a lesser number. But then we had an amalgamation of courses. So now, whereby you are doing environment science and agriculture as one, combined course. So we just have the same thing called differently. Why do we seem to enjoy, and we're going to ask this question as we go to a break, we seem to enjoy playing this guinea pig laboratory game with our children in school? And we say, okay, somebody sits somewhere and says, this is a great idea that I have. Let us take it to education and see if it will work. Let's throw something on the wall and see if it will stick. We don't think about implementation metrics. We don't think about the resources that are needed. We don't think about the very important teachers that are needed, not just to stand in a room and teach, but need to be trained along the way. And then, as though that is not enough, we then form parties and work. What are they called? Those ones. Then
Presidential working parties.
Yeah, we go around the country. We say, do this, try this, add this, remove this.
But that is important.
Then hold on. Then we take the old system and then we remove the curriculum and then we make it education. I am asking, why is it not possible to take the one thing which seems to be working, and when we have a problem, we fix it instead of taking the thing, tossing it out the window? Look at the children who started CBC. Grade 3. They are the ones that you're talking about now.
Yes.
That are going to make this election on the 20th of March.
Yes, they are going to grade 10.
Confused for the last 6 years.
Yeah, they're going to grade 10.
And we think it is okay. Confused.
And how much schooling have they actually even
Have they actually done? What have they actually learned properly? From 2019, we are now in 2025. 6 years these children have been the guinea pigs. We try and test, we try, we go, we see.
Right.
Now, we are still testing them again to see if this thing we are throwing on the wall is going to stick. And for some reason, somebody in there, what I'm choosing to call absolute madness, is imagining that it is okay and that we will present these children in the next 3 years as gold. How?
CT will bear me witness.
CT has been bearing you witness a lot.
He was in the other system of which other system were you in CT? The one that you are going to Form 5 and 6,
yes.
And A levels and O levels.
I studied in it.
Yes.
I taught in it.
Yes, and madam, the moment you are changing from one line or one lane to another, then definitely there will be teething problems. What I want
this is not teething problems.
What I want to say is this. What I want to say is
sorry,
this.
Ndungo.
Yeah, what I want to say is
hold
this.
on, Ndungo, sorry.
Thank
you know teething problems, the teeth will grow. You know that?
Yes.
You have a teething problem. The pain, it will go away. The tooth will eventually come out. Then we will chew and we will move this one.
I'm sure CT can tell us what they underwent when they were moving 1989 or 19. They are about 85 when they were doing the last KCE. Now moving to KCP. When they were abolishing O levels and are now going to 844. There were so many challenges. But now I agree with you. And that is why I started by saying the inception of the idea and the drivers who are there at that time. In fact, madam, what is being done today? All these problems and we are trying to fix what would have been done
in 2017,
2018. That is what we are doing today. Because those people were there. In fact, I'm telling you without blinking of an eye, we had even issued a strike notice and we kept on complaining. Teachers are not ready. At one time, we could go to a center and you find that teachers themselves, they don't know what they need to go and teach. And they are the implementers of the curriculum.
And now, do they know? Do they know what they're supposed to teach now?
Don't answer that question. Let's take a break. Because I want you to answer that question when we come from a break. Do they actually know? That you said that time they didn't know.
Yes.
Okay. The question is now.
Yeah.
Do they know?
I'll answer that.
25 minutes to 9 o'clock. Ndungu Wangenya is our guest this hour. And we're asking, CBC to CBE, trials and error with Kenya's education system. And where are we going? We're taking a break on the Situation Room. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter at SpiceFM KE.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future ya tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 23 minutes to 9 o'clock, our guest this hour is Ndungu Wagenye, and we're asking questions about the trial and error that we seem to be going through when it comes to the education system, and maybe there's some confusion. Before we went to the break, we were saying that, at that time, the teachers weren't really sure what was going to be happening with this curriculum, and so we're asking, do they know now? Ndungu.
Thank you, Ndu. I want to say this, that the retooling has been taking place, and I want to speak from data, particularly from Teacher Service Commission. Currently, as we speak, over 222,000 primary school teachers have been trained, have been retooled, for that matter, to be able to deliver the new CBE. Now we are calling it CBE, curriculum-based education. It's an education system. 75,000 JSS teachers, that is junior secondary school, have also been retooled. And we are speaking of about 154,000. That is from secondary schools, that is the senior secondary, have also been retooled. In other words, what we are saying, initially...
Over what period of time?
Now, starting from the time now, 2022, but because that is when the new government took in, and we started now making sure that we have public participation. Are we together? That's about 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
2 to 3 years from then.
Right.
And we are saying that initially, the teachers could not also themselves understand what they were supposed to deliver. The implementers. And a teacher is a very important tool because it's a human resource. And if he doesn't conceptualize the idea, he may not be able to disseminate the same ideas to the children or to the students. We are now saying that today, we are not like the way we were yesterday. Because resources have been provided for retooling them. Okay. Although not all of them, again, you'll understand and you'll bear me witness. For the first time, there has been an employment in 2 years, over 80,000 teachers on permanent and pensionable basis. Okay. And in fact, initially, Teacher Service Commission used to employ about 5, maximum 10,000 per each financial year. Today, we have 2 financial years only, over 80,000. That's a magnificent number I've never seen being employed. We may leave the details of how they are employed, because there are issues on how the letters were being dished in the public, which was an integrity issue that we can condemn, all of us. But now that one aside, because that one have agencies that can investigate and implement it, there has been employment of over 80,000 teachers. Still, we have a shortage of about 90,000 teachers. But I think with the trend of more employment coming the way, we shall be able, I'm speaking like I'm in government. I'm not in government. I'm just trying to give facts. Because Do may think that I'm defending the government, but I'm speaking. I'm speaking facts as they are. Because those are facts, and they are there in the table, and anybody can verify and be able to substantiate. You know, I'm a lawyer, and I like defending substantial facts.
Those numbers are inadequate.
Yes,
those numbers fall short. You see, the numbers you speak of represent teachers who are supposed to ensure that these children get the quality education that is being promised with this system. The moment we talk of a shortage, it means the children are going to be disadvantaged. Yes. They will not get the education that they should get. This really is the problem here. Because at the end of all this discussion, the CBC discussion seems to be of far more importance than the students who are supposed to be studying. So long as we're tinkering with it and we think that because we've employed 80,000, yes, it's good, but it is woefully short of the mark, because the students will not be able to get what they're supposed to get. So much as we say it is an improvement, why did we not plan and think this thing through more sufficiently? Because we're still tinkering with this. The students are still not getting a fair shake of the education system that we're saying is so wonderful.
You see, City, even when you talk about the numbers, we talk about 80,000, fine, we will clap. But remember, through those years, the teachers have gone on retirement. So even the 80,000 is just died in the process. Is just coming to replace the teachers who are there. So the numbers as well is low. So the 80,000 are not new teachers. That some were just replacing those who died.
Maybe just to correct you on that.
So as well as now, when it comes to the implementation, even the 844 itself was suffering from few teachers and lack of classrooms. That has again come into the new system that requires new classrooms and new facilities to be able to offer quality education. Begs the question. Why didn't you plan through this?
Can you clarify on the issue of the numbers of teachers that come in every year?
And I want to correct Dennis just a bit, to correct him and tell him that the 80,000 teachers are newly employed teachers, excluding the replacements.
Okay.
Because replacements, Dennis, and I can tell you from data and statistics, about 10,000 teachers retire, and those ones are replaced, not necessarily when there is mass recruitment. Whenever, every quarter of the government, the TSE always replace teachers. Yes.
Does it happen the way you're saying? Are they replaced the way you're saying? Because you seem to be suggesting this one leaves, another one comes.
No, not necessarily that way.
No, it doesn't happen that way at all.
Every advert from Teacher Service Commission, every advert, and CTL, you'll be able. I'll give you any advert that will come for replacement. It usually states very clearly: replacement of teachers who have exited the service through natural attrition. That may be death, maybe retirement, maybe resignation, maybe any other form of exiting the service. And they usually put the numbers exactly, and they advertise for those positions. The 80,000 I'm speaking about, because we are employed, I think 46,000, then there was another, almost now getting to 90,000. Those were new because of the need to implement the CBE. That is why there were mass resources that were poured to employ masses. Remember, most of them were also in interns. Then they were converted to permanent and pensionable. So that is a clear distinction which I wanted to bring out. Number two, there is a question that you have asked, Dennis. I think you can...
the planning process of this entire system, because I was basically going back to what City had asked. The planning of these new curriculum, right? The previous 844, still we are facing issues to do with population numbers in classrooms. That means we needed more structures. But here we have a new curriculum that requires laboratories, requires new classes, and still we're not getting it right.
Very good. I think that is where I had not got it. So, as I'm telling you, again, since 2018, let's speak of about 7 years since 2017, because now we are in 2025, almost now getting to 8 years. There have been massive infrastructure development, and actually that has been given a two-front that I want you to understand. The two-front approaches are these. One, there is massive investment, particularly from CDF, because those CDF depending with your area MP, who are able to focus and see this is where we are heading as a country in terms of education. They are pouring a lot of resources on infrastructure development to make sure that we have crisis at the grassroots. And actually, there was a very good example here in Kiharu, in Muranga, whereby even there was also facelift and also making sure there was expansions. Then there was also another grant. And today in the capitation, there is also grant that is there, a budget item that is called infrastructure development, that is only approved when you are building a laboratory, when you are building an extra class, and that money you cannot draw unless you are doing infrastructure development. So there was also massive money poured to make sure there is infrastructural development. Do I want you to understand that Kenya is one of the only country in Africa, city that commits almost 30% of its recurrent budget on education.
And so?
And so?
Yes, and so?
Therefore means the money that is being poured in education to improve it, because we have traveled. I was in Burundi another day, Bujumbura, and you can even see the types of classes and the infrastructure development we have in Kenya versus what they have.
Ndungu, if 30% of our GDP actually all went into education, all sectors of education, my friend, the education system we have in this country.
I didn't even say GDP, I said recurrent expenditure.
Yes, I've gone to GDP, and for a very good reason. 654 billion.
Yes.
Okay? That's the figure. Okay? That you're talking about the 2024-2025 budget. It is a colossal amount of money.
A lot of money.
That money would not allow for the gaps we are seeing and the gaps we're discussing here.
Yes.
Whether it is at the university level, whether it is at the primary level, at whatever level, it would not. And yet we have those gaps. So it begs the question, as Dennis begs these questions. Yes, it would beg the question. Does that money that is budgeted for education, that huge amount we talk about so lovingly and so well, does it all go to where it's intended?
The question of management now comes in. Because it's one thing to allocate resources.
Yes.
It's another thing to manage those resources.
Yes.
For effective output that they were intended for. I may not speak about management because I'm not there. But I know we commit and we budget a lot of money in our education sector. However, we have substantially, not where we were yesterday, we have substantially moved a step ahead.
Okay. So you talk about management, but there is also the aspect that there is budget allocation, but there is a release of the funds which does not happen from the national government. But then again, one would want to ask, are we really going to achieve the intentions of CBE without capitation and money going down where it deserves to go?
Very good. Let me start.
Do we see the grade 9 at the end of it coming out as the students we aspired to see through CBE?
Let me start with the first question you have asked about release of capitation. And I was waiting for that question. In 2024 versus 2023, and I'll give you data and statistics because I like working with the numbers. I hope I'll get it right in my word. But the capitation that was released in 2024 was 78% of what was intended to be released.
Okay.
In 2023, it was 54 point something. I'll give you the exact, even the decimal points. And I'll give you the substantive figures. In 2022, it was slightly lower. It was the 2023 was about 54. 2022 was about 51%. What are we saying? That substantially, and I'll give you the exact figure, that substantially the release of capitation has increased as the time goes by and with the years. What are we saying? It is one thing, because I've ever been in the county government and budgeting processes. It's one thing to budget. It's another thing for you to release or disband that money that are budget item.
Okay.
What are the reasons? The reasons that come is on revenue allocation. Revenue correction. You may budget that this year I'm going to do the renovation of this house at a cost of maybe 100 million. And the intended bed where I'm going to get those resources, I'll maybe charge levies here and there. Then when you go to the ground to correct the levies, you are not able to meet the targets. So what do? You reduce, instead of 100 million that you had budgeted, you say first I'll do that a million, then the next financial year I'll be able to increase, and that is what has been happening. There was some challenges in correction of revenue. So when money was being released, they couldn't release all the money because the budget item is there, but the resources are not actually
Allow
there.
me to ask you, Dungo,
yes,
that this situation that you speak of has happened every year without fail for the last 6 years. Now, if you're laughing because you know, if you tell me that it happened in 2021 because we were not able to go to the ground and collect, that the source of revenue then failed in 1, 2, 3, and that because of that we will increase it next year, then maybe I would understand that it happened 1 year. But this is a trend. 64 billion shillings is the amount of money that has not been paid in 5 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what you're telling me is that there's been an increase from 51% of capitation in 1 year to 54% an increase the year after that, and then 76%. So we should be impressed that now we have reached 76%.
78.
Oh,
78.
I beg your pardon. 78% that we have reached that amount, and we should be very happy that at least we are not at 54. But remember that this money was budgeted and that you made another budget the next year and still made this education the largest budget item, knowing full well that you still had the last year that you had not paid. I don't know, Dungo, if you're expecting that we should be impressed.
But
no, please,
yes.
Should we actually say no? They're trying, and we've increased from last time. Should we be happy?
My desire would be 100% release of
not your desire. The responsibility of government should be 100% of that money that they said that they were going to put towards education.
Yes.
We're not talking about going on holiday. We're not talking about sitting by the beach and sipping a pina colada. We're talking about children going to school.
But let's look at it this way. Also, so that you also understand.
Okay.
I've just told Dennis here that when the guidelines for release of capitation, particularly the circular that comes from PS, comes out, there is local transport and travel. Maybe they allocate out of 22,244 that is given to each child. Maybe they say this one will cost 3,000. There is electricity, water and contingencies, maybe 2,000. And then all the way up to 22,244. But now I told Dennis, there is money for infrastructure development. That is a vote head. Okay? Maybe the vote head is carrying 5,000. But now there is school A or school B or whatever other schools that has not submitted its drawings and designs for approval for this money to be released.
That's why the money is not.
As an accounting officer.
That's not the reason why the money is
I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving an example. As an accounting officer, can you release this money or you let it go? There are no drawings, there are no proposals, there are no designs approved by the Minister of Public Affairs. That is number one. Number two, Number two. Every budget, and even in this company, and you'll bear me witness, every budget has surplus and deficits. True or false? Every budget you draw, even in your house, you draw a budget, sometimes it has surplus, sometimes it has a deficit. The moment a budget has a deficit, you try to fill the deficit.
But we
Does it mean, is it a must that the deficit will be filled?
I'm sorry, Ndungu, but that thing that you've just said, that you try to fill the deficit, it has not happened in 6 years. That deficit, to try and fill the deficit for children to go to school. You know, if we saw that there was an attempt for that deficit to be filled, we have never heard that people who want to travel outside the country on benchmarking don't have enough money. They always have enough money. We've never heard that when it comes to personal emoluments that they don't have enough money. We've never heard. But somehow we find, we've even seen that there's an increase, 366,000 per member of parliament this year for their own salaries. But this is the thing. When you do have a budget deficit, in a normal world where people are walking upright in a forwardly direction, you would see that there would be an attempt to fill the budget. But that's the problem. There has been no attempt to fill the deficit when it comes to education. And I'm still asking eternally, why?
And as
Okay.
you answer why, the gaps that you're talking about, the 78%, the gap that remains, what exactly does that do to the quality of education?
Of course, it affects. It affects because money was budgeted for, but it was never released. That one I agree 100%.
Now answer the why.
You know, do is putting me on defense like I'm defending the government.
Because
but what I'm saying,
you told us we should be impressed because 2 years ago they
but what
did.
I'm saying,
they did
what I'm saying,
51%.
I'm trying to show you from where we have come from to where we are currently.
That at least
that we have not yet reached there.
So we are supposed to be content with mediocrity.
That at least mentality is what
something
God
doesn't
deliver
happen
us
as it
from.
should, and then we should be happy somehow.
No, we shouldn't be happy. Actually, and I'm happy, because anytime we come here, we have a debate, things are done. We came here, we complained about mathematics, it was implemented. Today we are here, we are saying, let all the money be released. The 64 billion that are deficit. But now look at it like this, and that is a proposal. If I would, today, because I'm not Minister for Education or PS, if I would be in that seat, this is what I would do. I would make sure next year, I do not release 78%. Okay? Next year, I would make sure I release 90%. Then the other year, I release 99%. Then progressively I make sure the deficits that are there cumulatively for years. Because look at today, Dennis, counties, county governments, because we are also there, county governments have the biggest pending bills than any other even national government. The county government pending bills are running into billions. And if it is not checked, what does that mean? Somebody went to site, constructed a classroom for ECD, supplied goods, and he has never been paid to date. That is, the budget was drawn with deficits, implementation was done or not done, then it affected the quality of services at the county level. So we are talking a big debate about budgeting and about implementation. Okay? So what I would say and what I would hammer the government to do is to make sure money for education is released 100%. Assume I take my proposal. Maybe I'm a Minister for Education. I take my proposal, release all my money for education 100%. Then the Minister for Security will also come. Release all my money for security 100%. Then another one comes. What does it mean? And maybe the budget, the revenue targets have not been met. They'll be cut in each and every sector so that we balance everything. However, it should not be an excuse, because the moment we get this as an excuse, it will compromise the quality of education for our children.
You see, when these monies are not released, we see a situation where those who are managing education, our head teachers and whatnot, threaten to shut down schools because they're unable to maintain students
I would do the same.
In schools, right? Here we talk about a budget that is not working, yet we see another aspect of another government institution is busy adding emoluments and also busy adding salaries on themselves, which goes again, beg the question. How important is education in this country?
From where I sit, if there is one sector that should be well funded and in time, it should be education. Because it's about the future of our children.
But it's being seen as a by the way.
So now,
however, I'm not in the implementing team.
Of course, yes. Look, it continues to be that there's so much that we need to continue to bring to the fore, but this is one of them.
Yes.
That if there was an effort to see that we actually say where we find the extra money, we don't do that. But we say, let's see what we can do next year to make it look like 100%. So where do we actually go from here? This is the question.
Maybe also as my parting shot, I would say this, that yes, there has been, as you did put it, that there has been sort of gambling with particularly on implementation of CBCCB.
Yeah.
And I think we need to bring that to an end. And I'm happy also because of the steps that have been taken so far, because there are issues that we started raising almost 7 years ago. There are things that we can now start seeing, being done, being implemented, retooling. There is escalation of the same, making sure the infrastructures are in place. We can see some progress. We are also seeing progress as I have given the figures here on release of capitation, although again, we still could condemn that one because we are still not yet there. But there is significant progress, which can be tangible figures and tangible things. But now, as we would tell the government, let education be a priority basis sector in this country. Because we are speaking with the lives of future generation. And if we mess
a little bit,
it's like this building. You know this building, if one column tilts
the whole thing
bit,
is gone.
The entire building will come down crumbling.
Yeah.
So this is a generation whereby if we tilt just a bit, then this generation will come down and that generation will come to haunt us. Because
we've actually tilted.
Yes.
We've actually tilted. So the question is, how do we bring it back to where it should be?
And it is a collective responsibility.
Absolutely, and we must continue.
Yeah, it's a collective responsibility.
Ndungu Mwangenye is the National Secretary of the Kenya Teachers in Hardship and Arid Areas Welfare Association, has been our guest this hour. Continue to look at the trials and errors. Hopefully soon we'll get towards successes. Isn't it? Good morning.
Okay,
Asante sana for being here. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. DCI officers in Trans Nzoia County have arrested a prime suspect linked to a number of robberies in the county. Trans Nzoia West OCPD Eric Ngetich said the suspect, aged 35, was arrested with 5 homemade guns, 5 bullets, 40 rolls of marijuana, chemicals, as well as a counterfeit money machine.
Officers wetu walienda wakaweza kunasa ule mshukiwa, alikuwa na mabunduki gushi na risasi 4 ambayo pia zimetengenezwa ambazo ni gushi. Pia kuna vifaa ama tools ambazo pia amekuwa akitumia kutengeneza hizo mabunduki. Kuna madawa pia zimekuwa zikitumika kutengeneza pia pesa bandia. Tumeweza pia kunasa bangi na kama 40 hivi ambazo zilikuwa zimepandwa kwa nyumba yake. Hizo mabunduki zitapelekwa kwa ballistic ibainike kwamba zinatumika ama asifanye kazi. Kwa muda wa mwezi mmoja tumeweza kunasa ile vijana ambao wanasumbua imatizi kama 12 hivi, kesi zinaendelea.
County Commissioner Gideon Oyage has appealed to residents to help track down other suspects believed to be involved in the ongoing crime spree in the area.
Rangu kwanza ni kushukuru askari ambao wamehusika kwa sababu this is a breakthrough. Tumekuwa na shida ya security kule Matisi, Pondeni, Tiwani, Kipsongo. Na tuko na hakika ya kwamba hizi bunduki zimekuwa zikitumika kutisa wananchi kwa njia moja ama nyingine, kwa vile wananchi wetu hawawezi kutambua sana wakati wa usiku ni bunduki gani guzi na bunduki ile ambayo imehararishwa. Kitu tunaomba ni kwamba wananchi wawe tayari kutupatia majina ya wale ambao wanasuku enda ikawa wamekuwa wakishirikiana na huyu jamaa.
Various activists have condemned cases of femicide that are ongoing across the country, especially affecting university students. Nairobi South MCA Waithera Shege has called on the government to take urgent measures that will put an end to such cases and punish the perpetrators.
Currently, Kenyan law does not recognize femicide as a distinct crime. Perpetrators are charged with murder or manslaughter without acknowledgement of the gender-based motivations behind their actions. This gap in our legal framework undermines our ability to address the root causes of this violence and develops targeted interventions. While the government has shown some goodwill, much remains to be done to assure Kenyans, women and girls that they are safe.
On their part, student leaders from various universities have called on the government to allocate resources and a unit that will focus on issues of gender violence, pressing for justice for such victims.
We call upon the Kenyan government to enact a gender-motivated killings act that explicitly defines and criminalizes femicide. Direct the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to collect and publish comprehensive data on femicide cases. implement mandatory gender-responsive training for law enforcement, judiciary, healthcare providers, and educational institutions.
We call upon the Kenyan government to establish specialized courts to expedite femicide cases and ensure survivors receive timely justice.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic now this morning. A few minutes after 9 o'clock, still pretty busy, depending on where you are. If you're on the Eastern Bypass, traffic still continuing and still heavy as you then get towards that Outer Ring Junction area. As you're then getting into the city via Langata Road, you'll be okay getting towards then Wayaki Way and coming out towards the city. That's also busy. We're still with some bumper-to-bumper traffic right around Survey as you get through towards the CBD, and it's also heavy still coming in from Limuru Road, Ngong Road through towards the city. Also a little bit of that traffic as you come in from Karen on one side and Naivasha Road on the other. Keeping an eye on all this as we step out of traffic hour. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. At 6 minutes after 9 o'clock, good morning, and this is the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and where we take an hour to be able to, I'm not even calling it an hour, but take time to then be able to pay tribute to our friend, our colleague, our brother, and definitely an icon in our industry, one Sir Edward Kwach, who passed away the night before last. And after an illness, and many questions are coming in terms of what happened, and today is where we take time to remember him. And of course there have been many requests for folks to then be able to call in and speak what you know of Edward and the impact that he had and the moments that he allowed each and every one of us to share with him. It's a hitting loss here at SpiceFM and the Standard Group, and not just here, but at the industry in this country, which he touched through the years of his career and the years of his life. And so we take this time to be able to share in that with each and every one of us. So yes, we give a moment, and we'll give many moments for folks to then be able to call in this morning. And it's 0719 012 600. That's 0719 012 600. As you tell us what you remember, as you tell us the moments that you enjoyed, and as we share with one another the impact that he had on each of us. And even as we do start that off in this room, City, I think the proverb for today, I'd like you to share that with us just one more time, even as we hear that.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The proverb: a friend is someone who shares your happiness and your sorrows. And what we are remembering are the times that we shared. And times in any human life always has moments of happiness and moments of sorrow. It always does. When you think of Edward Kwach, a man who at the best and at the worst of times always bursting with energy, and was someone whose presence could not be ignored no matter how hard you tried, and whose views were always interesting. Some would say contrarian, but they were interesting because he would speak what he thought was true and what needed to be said. There are those who will say that that is the currency of this particular industry, but it isn't always so. There are those who in this industry go by the currency of compliance, But Quatch wasn't one of those. Quatch was one of those who held true to the dictums of just the simple word freedom. How you express yourself, when you express yourself. And that will be missed. Because a talent such as that is built over a long period of time. A talent such as that and the audience that is captivated by the offering is also built over time. And it is not that the audience is lost, but we who have worked with him feel that loss very directly. And if we feel it this directly, then we marvel and we wonder, what must the family feel? Because that is a gap that will never, ever, ever be filled.
You see, I grew up listening to Quatch back then when he was at Nation Media, and would sit with my old man listening to music because he loved slow music, and Quatch was there to bring it out. And I remember the first time I met Quatch here, and Shap Yama, Kosawa, Baba, Kosawa. So he used to call me Jakababa, Aseto, doing a great work. That was pretty much just Quatch for you. He was babbly, he was always happy, but he was never conformist. He used to speak his mind. You mess up his show, he would tell you on his face. I remember there's a time we were doing, I was reading the news, and there was a technical hitch. He walked out, came to the studio. Jakababa, what happened? Why are you messing up my show? Quatch always wanted things to go right because his show was his business. That was his job, and he wanted to make sure everything was as straight and clear-cut, like a military would give orders and have that executed. That was Quatch for me.
Yeah. I just remember he was one of the first voices that I heard on radio when I first came here to Kenya, and then being then able to meet him and then get to know who he was through different other circles outside of media, and then coming interesting enough, just being part of his presentation, and then coming here and then working with him in the same space where we then got to, bump heads, share ideas, and just be in each other's space. And then being able to listen to him and the maestro that he was behind the mic was just great to then be able to do. And I know that perhaps it sounds as though it's really cliche that you say these things when somebody is no longer with you. But that, I guess, is part of the practice of human nature, that you rarely are in situations whereby every day when I see you, do I tell you how wonderful I think you are? And I think that perhaps it gives us an opportunity to actually change that I should be able to celebrate you when I see you, and that I don't have to then deal with the torture of not celebrating you when you can't hear the words that I speak. I mean, it would be my greatest desire today that Edward then knows the thousands of people who in the last 24 hours have talked about how wonderful they feel that he was. It would have been my greatest desire that he heard those thousands of things when he could. But I do believe in the divine, and it is my hope as well that this which we say can reach his ears in some way. That he's definitely one to be reckoned with when it comes to the work that we do, when it comes to this thing that we do behind the microphone every day. I think is unquestioned. And I was just reading through the things that people said yesterday and just listening, to the things that people said. And you don't get many like that. In an industry, in one country at the same time. You don't get many like that. And for him to be able to do what he did with the voice that he had and the command that he bore was then definitely something great to be able to experience outside, and then meet him, and then, be in the space with him as regularly as some of us got an opportunity to do is a gem, and that things like that don't come along. And once they do, it's like a comet. When it comes, you then take the advantage of it and you go with it as much as you can. So I mean, surely he will be missed here at SpiceFM home, at Standard Group, but the industry will miss him in terms of what he was able to do. And I mean, as we go through this tribute hour, I'm definitely listening to some of the things he did and how he did them. And then also hearing from you as you call in. And just to share that number again on 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. We'll hear from folks who actually did, work with him in a close capacity and those whose lives he impacted in terms of him wanting to be intentional about the things that he did. However you took him. He wanted to be intentional about the things that he did, and it comes as a huge loss to us. It comes as a huge shock to us that he went the way in which he did and at the time in which he did. But there are many things that we will remember him for, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity to remember him. And things like this also always give us an opportunity to say, you know what? If I love you today while I see you, I have to tell you that I love you. If I appreciate you today that I see you, I must tell you that I appreciate you, because life is fleeting. You never know when it'll go.
So Friday, you remember I left the office early because I had a commitment in the hospital. So as I was waiting to be attended to, I see the nurse wheeling Quatch, the same floor, third floor that is at Coptic Hospital. And I saw him and I was like, Edward, how are you? Same Quatch in his blue robe. Jakababa, how are you, Bana? What are you doing here? I'm here for I'm here to be attended to, and some sawa. I'm also headed to be checked kidogo, but tutaonana very soon. Tutapatana. Have a good day. That's the last time I saw Quatch on Friday. Still happy, optimistic. He was shining and full of positivity and optimism. But then again, we say in Islam tunasema sisi tunapanga, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu pia yopanga. Yes.
The difficulty in eulogizing somebody you've known for a while, but most of somebody you've worked with, I repeat worked with, because we tend to spend a lot more time with people we work with sometimes than our own families.
True.
Simply because of the nature of the work that we do and what is required of us to actually get things done. It is difficult. It is difficult because the understanding and the realization of mortality is always difficult. It is always difficult because what comes to mind is what could have been done to avert it, what else could have been said, an approach that could... all manner of things which often just point to regret. And the truth is that in many cases there is not much else that could have been done, but it doesn't stop us from thinking and wondering and worrying and asking those questions. And these are the clearest reflection that the person that has died is already being missed. The person who has passed away, and that gap is already being felt. And you're wondering what to do next, because usually this is not something that you're prepared for. We were told that he was to be discharged just the evening after he then passed away. So most of us knew that we would be seeing him in the studio sooner. At some time not too long from the time that we're speaking of. So when instead of the discharge, you then get the news that he has passed on, that takes some serious adjustment. It takes some very serious realignment in a direction that your mind wasn't in. And in short, it throws you off. But the throwing off is good because it tells you that this is somebody who was important in your life. This is someone whose contribution was valuable and whose contribution was something that you are most definitively and certainly going to miss.
Well, I mean, we all share in this, and there are many thoughts that have come out, like I said, over the last hours, and it's getting to a point where we start to share some of these thoughts. And, I'm going to say your names, even as you do some of the things that you then have said to him. Agola says, Quatch was good at what he did. I got to interact with him on the Spice Drive a few times. Very funny, honest, spoke his mind, not dismissive. He will be greatly missed. Rest in peace, Edward Kwach, says Angela Courier. Charles Mobili says, Edward Kwach, God rest your soul. You will be missed. And I know those continue to come in. It breaks my heart to hear that Quatch is no more. I loved the Spice Drive with Quatch in it. His voice, sharp, Jakababa, those are the things we used to hear. Rest in peace, Edward Francis Quatch. And this is from Peter Kip Korir. Dr. J.B. Owala, rest easy, Quatch, the leopard. Very saddening to lose this great journalist. Josh Musio says, he used to say in his characteristic baritone, sharp. I will miss that. It is obviously not sharp. Edward Quatch. May he rest well, says Kiki. Rest in peace, Quatch. My sincere condolences to the SpiceFM family. Poleni Sana. May his soul rest in peace. From She, the Patriot, you ask. Edward Quatch is no more? Yes. May he rest in peace. Poleni, guys. It won't remain the same without him. Sam Gitonga says, this one is a rough one to take. A giant in the media industry has rested. Been his fan forever. May he rest in peace. We're going to continue with those, and we're going to read them out for people to hear in public what it is that Quatch was all about. But we're going to actually show you his very first show on the Spice Drive here on Spice FM 4 years ago, and listen into what it was.
I'm used to social media, but I'm not used to the camera. Indeed, I'm back. I'm nervous as hell. But they say it's like getting on a bike, ain't it? Well, it is me, Edward Kwach, on your Spice Drive. How have you been? You good in the hood? I'll tell you, since the last time I was on radio, things have changed, because now it's audio and visual. I'm used to social media, but I'm not used to the cameras. Can you see me? Can you see me if you're on the social media? But you know what? It's going to be a great show. Nyabo is not in today. You know what? Because apparently she's gone back to Kampala. Apparently she's trying to sort out something with Kaguta. But you know what? While she's away, we'll just do this, you and I. Are we good to go? Let's start this off as we did back in the day, all right? Now, these were guys from Boston, Massachusetts, and they got back together for this reunion album. It was Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, and Ralph. And of course, Johnny Gill. And you know what? As I've been gone for a while, so just let's do this. I'm nervous as hell. It's new edition. And oh yeah, I'm back where I belong. You ready? Let's go, Twendekazi.
One of the many Twendekazi moments with Edward, and that was it. He was, authentic from the get-go, and he let you know how he was feeling, and that's one of the things it's interesting, one of the things we were taught, Radio 101 was, speak into the mic as though you are speaking to one person, and be authentic in who you are, and then that's how you get it. So we're having this in loving memory of Edward Francis Quatch, who graced your airwaves, not just here but across the country, and was able to craft his trade behind the mic, and touched many hearts with his authenticity, and then also made sure that folks got to get to know a little bit of who he was every time he was behind the mic. We're going to continue with a lot of the tributes that are coming from you this morning. May his humble soul rest in peace, says Thaddeus. Gladys Moshiri says, go well, Quatch. Quatch's laughter will live with us. That's the truth. Rest easy, champ, says Kutuni Joanne. My deepest condolences to family and friends. We loved him so much. He once hosted me at karaoke night a while back. He often did that. That was Larry Oching. Rest easy, sir. Sad, says Hold. Rest in peace, Quatch, says Msafiri. Really enjoyed one of the last interviews on the DRC adventures. Rest in peace, big man. A true hero of resilience. Danton Muchemi says, I can only imagine the pain. May he rest in peace. Keep up the good work even as we continue. One of the most iconic presenters we've had over the years, says Sir Alano. This one is tough. We're all going to miss his voice on the radio, not forgetting his powerful and insightful interviews. Fly with the Angels, Quatch. Poleni Sana, may he rest in power, says the Earth Roamer. My condolences to the Spice family. Poleni, not an easy one. Rest in peace, Quatch. So, this is what we're going to do this hour, and we're also going to be able to take your calls as they come in on 0719012600. You requested a moment to be able to share, and this is what we're doing, to saying goodbye to one of the greats and enjoying the moments and celebrating those moments that we got to be able to spend in his presence.
We clearly won the casino.
We're going to share one of the clips that he actually did, and enjoy the moments that he was actually on radio. So we're going to be doing that with you this hour. Here's another one before we go to break.
We clearly won the casino. Yeah, but then they took the money. Yeah, because, first of all, when we were younger, went to Nagong Racecourse, yeah. For the races,
yes,
okay, yeah. So we just come from Pembroke, okay. So said, let's go see what the Farasis are up to now.
Okay.
So it's given some loose color. Just go bet on horse number 3 in race number 6.
Okay.
Did exactly that, my friend.
Yeah.
What? I could have bought a plot in Muthega. I felt so loaded by the.
Then what happened?
No. That one you put in the pocket, then you go digs. Ask me now this one of casino, my friend.
Yes, and tell me the one that you lost.
Yeah. So now you put 1,000. You see, you bought chips.
Yes.
Kwanza hiyo zile za kwanza chips wanakupatia. You have something, bwana. Yeah?
Okay.
My friend, it figured 40 G's. And kumbuka, that 40 G's you have not put in 10 cents.
Okay.
Unanielewa?
Okay.
Ikarudi paka ikafika sijui now to 1,000. That's when you move your money from your
pocket.
Are we together?
Okay.
And that's the catch. So, by the end of that whole process, they'd eaten me 10,000 bob. So never ever again. Now those casinos, I go, I drink, and I eat them dry, my friend.
I know, you find yourself laughing, don't you? And this is just who he was. And this is how we were able to experience him. How we all got to experience him on the Spice Drive every evening when he did this here on SpiceFM. So it was just great to be able to share his experiences. An educated man he was, and that's definitely from what you were able to hear from some of the experiences that he did give. And you'll be able to hear a little bit more of what he did. Dennis is going to take us through more of those tributes, and we can start now. It doesn't mean that we have to wait until when, but more of those tributes that we're sharing from folks today.
So someone has just sent me like a short poem from Quatch from the UK called Jika. A voice once strong upon the air with laughter, truth and gentle care. Now silent, yet it echoes still. Through hearts you've touched and always will. At SpiceFM your soul would shine with wit and warmth in every line. A friend, a guide, a joyful sound, now missed in every moment found. You told the stories, held the space, with grace, with courage, endless grace. A presenter with heart so wide, you walked with kindness as your guide. Though gone too soon, your light remains in every smile, through joy and pain. Rest well, dear Quatch, your work is done, but your legacy has just begun.
Beautiful.
Every time that Quatch signed off, there was an Irish blessing that he had colloquialized. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always on your back. And may you be in heaven half an hour before the devil knows you're dead.
He said that all the time. Yeah, he did. And how would you not go with such a blessing? Yes. We're going to go to a break in a bit, but it's just fantastic to be around you, old chap. And I know that he hears these as we say them. And, I said yesterday that I call him by his royalty name because every time we met each other, it would be, hello, Sir Edward. And he would say, hello, your ladyship. Things like that, it would be things that you would hear back and forth. And he was, again, this our world where we experience him at SpiceFM is part of a bigger world at the Standard Group, but also a bigger world in the media industry, whereby he then was able to split across genres of music. But the thing is that it was authentically him, and the shows that he did, whether a lot of times on The Drive or other shows that he did in the presence of other people. I read tributes yesterday, and there was a similar thread that when he got a new co-host for a new show, the first thing that he would do with that individual was take them out for a meal. And here you are thinking that you were going to discuss strategy, but then he would take something totally out of left field and throw it at you. Why? Because he wanted to make you comfortable in that space. And that's one thing that we remember about him, that it didn't matter what time of the day it was, that once you were in his presence, you had the opportunity to be comfortable in that space. And that's one of the beautiful things that Edward Kwach was able to do for any human being.
And Shalintina says, like a straight arrow right through my heart, oh Quatch, my dear friend, my talent, my big brother, my wingman. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind constantly be at your back. May you be half an hour in heaven before the devil knows you are dead. That's Shalene and many others who continue to send their condolence messages. Andrew Ciro, rest well, my brother. We have Tome who says, rest in peace, Quatch. Kimani Njogu, rest in peace, Quatch. We have the Kenyan Unchained says, it is so emotional that we have lost Quatch, and rest in peace. Now, silent followers, you never know until you click on the profiles. Rest in eternal peace, Quatch. You are legendary. We will miss your deep laughter and humor. Ben Soul, rest well, Edward Kwach. I admired your vibe, your authenticity, and I learned so much just by listening to you at SpiceFM. Your mic fader would have gone down, but your influence and legacy will forever remain part of the industry and in the hearts of many. We have Ellie King, who continues to send the messages of love, and many others who are here to just say who Quatch was. Ka Liuki, rest in peace, Jatello, a legend in my books. A sad morning. SpiceFM Drive Show presenter Quatch is no more. Rest in peace, Quatch. That is Chloe Atara, and many more messages that continue to trickle in.
Yeah, and we'll continue sampling those as we go along, and we'll take a break with this one.
So as we say, may the road rise to meet you.
May the road rise to meet you. May the wind constantly be at your back. We'll be half an hour in heaven before the bloody devil knows we are dead.
All right, and wish me happy birthday, friend.
Happy birthday, Baba. Tunaanza leo.
Tunaanza leo. See you, bruv.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list, kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
Remembering and in loving memory of Edward Carey Francis Quatch, who passed a couple of days ago. This was the evening before last, on the night of the 28th of April. and had been with us, for very many years. But here at SpiceFM, and of course his family, who remembers him and of course loves him so deeply, remembers him in many ways. And the laughter, the deep voice, the authenticity, the deliberateness, the intentionality of who he is, who he was, then comes out strong. And we take moments to remember him this morning. And remember that we're going to be taking some calls from you this morning on 0719012 an opportunity to remember him in the ways in which we can, little by little, then just makes the journey easier as we get along with that. Barry and Sean says, I will miss your voice and your company during the drive home. I did not mind the traffic during the shows. Heaven has gained. Enjoyed him lately, but also back 20 years in TZ with his co-hosts Babi Kabar and Sebo at Clouds FM. That he did, actually. Odieros is what he called him, Zungus. Yes, he did. Quatch, you were good. Rest in peace, Edward, says Felix. And yes, we will play his trademark sign out. We definitely do that. And also just hearing from others. Fred, we hear you as well. Poleni Sana says, Rajab, I will miss hearing my Kasinda from Shags. Yes, he said that quite often. And it's now that even as we hear these things, we remember some of the things that he actually did say. We're going to take some calls we'll hear from Duta this morning. Hello. Good morning, Duta.
Hey, how far do you?
How now, Duta?
I did. Thank God now.
How about you?
And I'm going to say hi to everybody else. Oh, I'm very sad today. I'm just going to say one thing about Quatch. Quatch was one of the guys who was slightly younger than us when we were going out and younger in our time. And one thing I do remember about Quatch was he was not relentless in saying whatever he thought he was saying. Or I'm saying thought because there are things that he would say that made me cringe then and made me continue listening to the radio now. And he would still make me cringe because in our days, some words he would say would be like, oh my God, did you just say that? But I'm so proud that he took me down to our days when we were growing up and kept us alive, some of us older listeners. And I'm so proud of Quatch and who he made, who he was, and what an impact he made then and now. And, like simple words that people would say today, like digs.
Yes.
Let me tell you. These young kids today, I remember somebody talking to me. I am in the industry and somewhere where I started in KTN, I don't want to say much, that blew me off into my career today, is that those days somebody would write to me who was like stalking me and say, oh, where do you park? And I'm thinking, do I park my car? What do you mean? But, nowadays we said digs, and thank you, Quatch, for just taking us back in the day and just love you to bits, guys. Continue doing what you're doing, City. Keeping strong. Bado nakuona kutiwa hapo usijali ni nani. We just love you guys and thank you.
Duta, thank you very much for that. Special to hear. Asante sana. Also, we'll hear from Matthew this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana. We're keeping on. Asante.
I personally am still yet to get over it. I think I actually listened to his first show. That first show where I expected Monique to be on there, only to hear that, Nyabu is sorting something with UG. And the beautiful thing is his transition from Monique's show to his was so seamless. What usually happens is when a new presenter comes in, the show actually dips for a while, then picks back up. I will tell you for free, I never missed any show with Quatch. He actually brought some serious energy, and you just love to just be on air. I know severally I've actually dodged meetings or excused myself from meetings to just go sit in my car and listen to him. In all honesty, that is the type of person he was. It is so sad that he actually left so unceremoniously. There are people who we would hear they've been unwell for a while. When I remember I shared his post on the blood donation.
Yes.
On Facebook. And in all honesty, I expect to hear him back online. It's painful. It's very, very painful. You guys have a good.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. That's the impacts that it has on many. We're going to hear a little bit more from Quatch now.
Listen. Now, there are the things that make you go, All right. I hate people who insist and do things by force. Egypt, for example. Okay? If you're a dude and you're balding, but they say, you know what, to each his own. Now, I'm talking about you're balding on your kiongos. And when I say the kiongos, I'm talking about on the head that is attached to your shoulders. You know what, do a quatch and just basically cut off all your hair. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? Just shave constantly, consistently. Because the guys that like Chekalea, or those ones, you see them now, kiparangotos, yani at the top, they've got a 2 hair strip, and then on the side, they grow as much hair as they possibly can. It's like they're compensating for something. Then they've got a goat, a beard. What's up with you, Negro? Now, then, because those are for the mirrors, then I find those ones that really make me laugh, and it's a laugh a minute. I gasp a good one. You see those ones, and it's for those the races that have got longer hair, yani rather straight hair, and you find those guys, right? So of course you can always wear a toupee, okay, which is basically fake hair or weave for men, okay. But this is the thing, yeah. You've also got those people, Odieros, Chinese, Asians. The choice is yours. They now basically, because they've got that to hair on the side. Luckily, they grow it for as long as possible. Then they take the loose 3, 4 to 5 strands, and then they put it over that bald patch on top of their head, so it goes on to the other side. You see those ones, right? Please. Now, I really don't understand why you do that. Because as soon as the wind blows or your hair dries, you look absolutely daft. If you're one of those or you know one of those, please tell them. But now this is the one that I really do not understand. There I was trying to mind my own business over the course of the weekend, yes. But now it's becoming a bit of a concern because it's happening more often than not. Now, yes, I do understand that women also do go bald. Sometimes it's, overuse of chemicals. That happens. Sometimes it's that, you know what, you have pulled that hair so much it's just gone. Gone. Or sometimes your hair is just thin, then you're aging. Yes, poo-poo happens. But this is the one thing I really don't understand, and it boggles my damn mind. When you have no hair as a woman, please, you have no business going and plaiting what is left of your hair into A, either braids, or 2, matutas. I guarantee you look absolutely ridiculous. Lob it off.
See what we mean about the authenticity? He was going to say what's in his mind, and that was the thing. And it's great that you can make us laugh, and you can make us, imagine the things that you speak about, and that clearly is talent. Not everybody's able to do that, and he was able to do that in a very, very special way. Some more of those tributes, Dennis?
Yeah, one thing I've learned today is kiongos. Kiongos actually means head.
Yeah.
The one attached to your shoulders.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
City, how's your kiongos today?
Well, I would advise you to look after your own kiongos.
Sad morning indeed, says Jeff. Rest in peace, Edward Kwach. So sad, may his soul rest in peace, says Stone Pen. It's such a sad morning indeed. May the Almighty rest his soul in eternity, says James. We're also looking what, my lord, yes, may he rest in peace, says Captain, and absolutely may his soul rest in peace, Macha Mushiri. Also looking at, I woke up to a sad morning, my G is no more, rest in peace Quatch, the base of the mic, says Jonia. Also, I mean, it just goes on, and this is great that so many people can come together to continue sharing. Rest in peace Quatch, says Evans Dande. Listening to these clips makes it even harder to accept that Quatch is gone. Man made his special way of telling his stories that will have someone listen to the end. How he will definitely be missed. Gladys Gishohi says, rest in peace, Quatch. You were a blessing and encouragement to many. May the heavens receive you with gladness, and may he comfort your family to bear this great loss. He spoke his mind with a booming voice, says Colorscape. Owen Karaoke says, rest in eternal peace, Sir Quatch. Eloquent and wise, you will be fully missed. Kweli maisha ni mwandamu, duniani ni kama maua. Rest in power, champ, says King Dave. It is definitely harder to bear this loss, even as you listen to what he used to say. Rest easy, Odiero. May the wind always be at your back, says Thomas. Rena's house says, I shall surely miss his voice. We actually fought about his voice with my other half. He made me tune in and call in. Thomas Olo says, rest easy. May the wind always definitely be at your back. We'll continue to listen to some of the clips from him and also to listen to some other tributes as they come in. And we'll still take your calls on 0719012600. And in terms of what happens in the next coming days, definitely then be able to share information with you, and we'll keep listening to some of the things he said. Let's keep his memory with us just a little bit longer, as much as we can, at least in this space. But we know that he will be in our hearts and in our minds, and definitely forever. Here's some more of Quatch.
That was after the breakup to the ex, and she took everything. By the way, did I tell you that story? By the way,
but not in
she left me. No. Hey, she left me the dog 2 plates, and those are dog plates. Ne?
Allah,
my Jesus.
At least you. Me just left with the clothes.
Anyway, so I furnished.
Yeah.
The kitchen of the ranch. But if you come, you'll see. By the hotel brand, it's all over the shop. Spoons, knives, forks, plates, cups, towels. The bed sheets were a bit tired, but if I could carry
a good one,
it's not wrong. Once you, Chief, taking from a hotel, it's not stealing.
But think of it.
They're called mementos.
No. Put it this way, bro. Listen, in most places where they don't want to be accountable when your car has been broken into or gongwad, they say, park at your own
risk.
I've never seen them.
Management of stuff.
Yeah, they've never told us don't pick stuff from the hotel once you pay.
Hey.
So it's not, but it's not thieving.
The more expensive a hotel is, the emptier my bag is when I enter there.
So where do we start?
No, she's living in that river called Denial.
Where they?
My friend.
Sebo.
Nyabo.
Those are the things that we used to hear. Sebo, Nyabo. And then there were ways in which you would always call people. So you know what? We're not going to be shy about remembering him today. We're not going to be shy about remembering him day after day. And, the different places where he worked. And this is the thing. I saw tributes yesterday from, folks who worked with him. Yeah. From Valentine Joroge to Sheila Mwanyige to Angela Ngwenyi, who said, when we co-hosted with the man, he would throw me under the bus, but he did that so that I would learn. And so one would imagine that when he was saying these things, that he would say them and people would wonder, why would you do this to me? But at the end of the day, you saw what he was trying to do. Yeah. He wanted you to learn. He wanted you to do good. He never wanted a situation when anybody was down and then remained down. You can be down, sure, but always come out on the top of it. And you, as you testified to that, you saw him being wheeled out of a hospital room, not walking on his feet, but still wanted you to be in a good space.
In good space, yeah.
And that's what we remember him for. Across radio, across acting circles here in Kenya, the different escapades that he would go to East Africa, Southern Africa, the different places from the Western Hemisphere that he was around the world, always good to hear those stories from him. And again, hit me like a ton of bricks when I heard that he had gone. And hey man, it would have been nice to say goodbye, but it was a great reminder that we shouldn't wait. And in everything that we are faced with, experiences, whether it's a close friend like Edward or somebody else who's in your space, don't wait. Every day is the day to be able to show what people mean to you. Every day is the day to be able to express these things. Regret is such a horrible feeling to have, that you didn't or couldn't say something. So we have to be intentional about our love, I think.
We have to be purposeful. It is, well, from a male perspective, it isn't easy. We don't go around complimenting people and telling them how much we love them.
No.
We say hello to you. We have said all those things in that hello. If we ask how you're doing, we've extended it further. And if we say we wish you a good day, now we've really gone overboard. But appreciating people and thanking them for the little things that they have done, and just for the day, and taking the time to talk to them, call them and find out what they're doing. It's at such moments that you realize that counts for a great deal. And you keep saying you could have done more. Yes, and that happens because you didn't do more. Yes.
I think also it's the fact that every day you work together, you see him say, you come, hello, konamna gani, kusalama, do your show, back to business, but how really are you? Just getting to laugh more, being able to sit down, have a meal together, being able to just even pick, I would really have loved it to pick his mind on where he gets these words, where it's so witty with these words and whatnot. And these opportunities that now are lost, but then again are lessons that we learn from, and just be able to be better people to each other,
Yep. I mean, for sure. Without even thinking twice, and giving us an opportunity to actually keep hearing from you in terms of what your wishes are. I mean, we will lay him to rest. We will lay him to rest, and as we continue to take some more calls from you this morning, 0719012600. Let's hear from Henry this morning. Okay, that seems to have logged off, but we'll hear from some more calls. 0719012600. You can actually call back and continue with that. He will be laid to rest. We will remember him, and even as we do, there will be moments where we'll not be able to run away from him, from that reality. Nicholas Muga says, rest in peace. You were simply amazing. God be with you and with your family as well. Listening or taking in some more of those. From his last presentation, he knew that the wind was coming and going to catch up with him. Rest in peace, man. Yes, Agola, definitely things for us to remember. Another legend has joined the heavens. His voice will forever remain in our memory, says What You Say. Mudhoni says, rest in peace, Quatch. Let's have his best shows and music samples on YouTube. Definitely something that's being worked on. May you rest in peace, Edward Carey Francis Quatch. Rest in peace, Quatch. Your vibrant voice and fearless spirit will echo forever in our hearts, says I Am Chris. Meshaka Simba says, you guy, I will miss you. You used to call me a droga. And many other good memories. Priska Jagona says, Quatch, thank you for warming my afternoons and reminding me of who I've been. You made the past present again, and somehow you made radio feel like a conversation. Rest easy. So it just continues, and they keep pouring in. We'll take some more calls as we wind down on this, but our memories don't end today, and our memories of him will definitely never fade. From Nakuru, David, good morning. Hello, David.
Good morning.
Yes, David.
May Edward Carey Francis Quatch rest in peace. As Brahmagupta, as a mathematician, he always made us to think in his drive in his program. As a mathematician, Brahmagupta, a middle-aged Indian guru, once remarked, "As the sun eclipses the stars by its brilliance, so the man of knowledge will eclipse the fame of others when he forms and solves algebraic equations." Quatch used to propose enigmas, relationships. You see, even if you're a professor, when it comes to matter relationship, you'll be down. So he used to propose enigmas, enigma or enigmas, and his fans we could find it hard to answer, but he could give us the solutions. That's how I remember Quatch. He rest in peace. We love him.
Amen. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you so much.
We'll keep taking more of those as we go ahead and as we wind down in the last few minutes of this conversation this morning. And for those who are just tuning in or haven't heard or haven't then been able to know what's really going on, is that on the 28th of April, Edward Kwach, our dear friend, our brother, our colleague, passed on after a short, after an illness and after battling for a while with this illness. And he passed away on the evening of the 28th. And we remember him as one who graced the airwaves over the years. His last stint was at SpiceFM here at the Standard Group. And we as a family, we mourn him. As his friends, we cry at the loss. And it's just great to see that so many people remembered him, not for something else, but for who he was. Yes. And I think that's a great thing, that for who you are, you can be remembered, and the way in which it touched many people's lives. The thing that you're able to do behind the microphone, where you're speaking to thousands of people every day, and that he used that to impact the lives of people. I don't think there can be a greater story about you. And so the next coming days will be difficult to deal with, and we're going to hear a little bit more from him and who he was and the things that he did, even as we round this out. Your tributes keep coming in, and we keep hearing from how we'll be able to say goodbye to him, and just a little bit more as we come. And we'll just hear his last message as we do. And just looking at the industry that he impacted, and that's what I was going to say, that as we leave SpiceFM and as we leave the Standard Group, we're going into an industry whereby he touched the lives of very, very many people with the things that he did with his career. And it was in media. It was using his voice to then impact. However you want to look at it, it was using his voice to then impact.
Yeah, and let me just read a few messages that are coming in. Till you meet again, brother. It's Polite Baba, that is Martin Kariuki. And we also have Duncan Maina, Safiri Salama, Tutonana Badai, Kariuki, rest in peace, Jatello. Our Spice Drive will never be the same again. Shine your way, champ, that a true master. That is BN Bomagi. And Mike Mwangi, this guy was a legend. He made Spice Drive spicy, his energy, eloquence in the middle. And yes, we agree. And we continue with I am Marlon, rest in peace, Quatch. Go well, brother, you forever loved and will never be forgotten. We are grateful that you chose to share your gift with us. You've left a mark, and the hashtag Quatched continues. That is Linda Louisa and Onyx Cypher. Gonna miss that voice, says rest in peace, Quatch. And Chamar, get peace in your bathrooms. That is as well as what Quatch used to say in the show as well. And radio is never the same without you. That is Kalamu Yagalana. And Dan Ongoma also expressing his sadness, saying Quatch was a great voice and rest in peace. Paulini Sana, SpiceFM for the loss. That is Stan Davies and many who continue to send their condolences. Anthony Madenge says, we mourn, we remember, we celebrate, we pray the good Lord rest his soul in peace. How about Candle in the Wind 1997? It's a request that to be played as well on the same. And Mortar Quatch, the best we never had on radio. And AJK, so sad, we'll definitely miss his voice and jokes. Rest easy, Quatch. And finally, at Zorata, you gave us laughter, comfort, and unforgettable moments. Thank you, Radio King. Rest in peace, sir. You will never be forgotten.
CT, as you round it out from you.
It is always tragic when a life is lost. But it is even more tragic when it's a life that you foresaw to be around for a much longer period. They say the life was snuffed. That is, you thought there were many, many years ahead. It lends itself to the one thing you said and do, the one thing that Dennis intimated. Grasp the nettle. Make the most of the moment. Because you really do not know what tomorrow holds.
You really don't know what it holds. Tell them you love them today. Don't wait until tomorrow. Don't wait until the coffee's cold. Don't wait until the sun no longer shines for you to take that walk. Don't wait until you can tell the person that you love them. And we celebrate Edward today. We celebrate the great person and the great man that he was and the great things that he did. And this will not be the last time that we will share those memories, but it begins a journey towards what we hope will make the days easier in existing in this space and this world without him. We celebrate you, Edward, and even as you rest, may you rest and rest in peace. And today's biggest conversation ends.
We shall see you tomorrow. So as we say, may the road rise to meet you. May the wind constantly be at your back. Will you be half an eye in heaven? Before that, the bloody devil knows that you are dead. Peace.
Spice up your life